And welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, afternoon, evening, or whatever time of the day you find yourself at as you're joining us, and welcome. We have a fantastic international collegiate tournament ahead of you. United States versus Korea, collegiate teams facing off all the way across the Pacific Ocean.
And obviously you don't see our faces, but you'll probably recognize our voice. If you don't, I'm Avril, obviously joined the Pixie here back at the Busan Esports Arena. Virtually, that is, like Pixie said, of the 2021 Overwatch US ROK Virtual College Esports Tournament, hosted live in Busan Esports Arena. Now, we got 4 great teams up today. 2 from the United States, obviously in terms of the collegiate teams, 2 from Korea as well. It's New York University versus Gachon University, Dunkirk University versus UC Berkeley as well. So, you know, a lot of fresh collegiate players, faces we pretty much haven't seen at all. Reasonably high rank as well, which I'm pleased to see. So hopefully we get some really good gameplay today.
Yeah, this is a really solid place for a lot of these players to get to. Obviously, they've worked their way up, each of these teams through their respective regional
university kind of stuff. That's the kind of program that I'm really behind. And you think the US collegiate program for Overwatch has been stellar so far. And I'm really interested in seeing what the Korean teams can do, because we've seen what the US teams in the past have been able to do. The Korean ones are interesting to me now.
Exactly, and obviously, as you kind of say, you talk about it in the context of contenders and the wider sort of tier 2, tier 3. It's something that exists alongside that, adjacent to that. But as you say, it's a really, really great path for people who are interested in being a professional player in esports and still want to have that safety net, if you will. And this has been a massive international effort. You can see some of the bodies that have had to come together to make this work. Obviously the governments of the 2 countries, the various programs that allow collegiate tournaments and potentially collegiate gaming programs within universities to take place. And that's to say nothing of then having the international cooperation just between esports entities to make this international competition happen. And then, of course, Roccat, who are providing a significant amount of the prizing in terms of all of that gear that you were seeing just a moment ago. So it goes to show how much has gone into making this happen and how much there is going on in this collegiate scene right now, and what that provides to that esports ecosystem that we're so familiar with.
On top of that as well, you know, if you're watching the stream right now, you're obviously watching from the US Embassy Seoul channel itself on YouTube. So welcome. I mean, that's it's a new one for me for sure. I'm sure it's a new one for you as well. Or like an official, almost, you know, institution stream website. It was stream YouTube page. That's pretty awesome.
행정부시장 이병진입니다. 부산 e스포츠 경기장에 계신 분들과 함께 온라인으로 참여하신 모든 분들 진심으로 환영합니다. 오늘 이 행사를 위해 힘써주신 크리스토퍼 데일 코소 조한 미국 대사 대리님과 데이비드 제 주 부산 미국 영상님께 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 또한 한국과 미국의 열정 넘치는 대학생들이 기량을 펼칠 수 있도록 IP를 제공하신 오버워치사, 그리고 행사를 풍성하게 진행되도록 참가자들을 위한 선물을 마련하신 독일의 로켓사, 2 기업의 후원에도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 근본 글로벌 대학 e스포츠 토너먼트는 e스포츠 메카 도시 부산에서 처음 시도되는 행사라는 점에서 큰 의미가 있다 하겠습니다. 부산시는 2004년부터 시작된 블리자드사의 스타크래프트 종목의 광안리 e스포츠 대회 개최 도시로서 e스포츠의 성지이자 국제 게임 전시회 G스타를 13년째 개최하는 게임 컨텐츠 도시입니다. 우리 시는 부산 e스포츠 경기장인 브레나를 거점으로 세계 e스포츠 정상회의를 비롯한 다양한 대회와 행사 개최, e스포츠 인력 양성, e스포츠 학술 연구 표준화 등을 위한 선도적 역할을 수행해오고 있습니다. 비록 코로나19로 올해는 양자가 온라인에서 만나지만 오늘 대회를 첫 시작으로 내년에는 꼭 이 브레나에서 만나서 결전하시길 기대합니다. 무엇보다 e스포츠를 통한 다양한 교류와 협력을 이어나가기를 바랍니다. 귀중한 행사를 준비해 주셔서 다시 한번 감사드립니다.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Del Corsa, and I'm the Charge d'Affaires at the U.S. Mission to Korea. It's my pleasure and honor to welcome you to the finals of the first ever U.S.-Korea Virtual College Esports Tournament. I'd like to first thank our co-organizers and hosts, the City of Busan, BIPA, Overwatch, Blizzard Korea, as well as Education USA for your cooperation in making this unique event a reality. To me, this tournament highlights the depth and sophistication of the people-to-people relationship between the United States and Korea. From the first Korean student enrolled at a U.S. school in the 1880s until now, more than 1 million Korean students have studied in the United States. This is truly the cornerstone of the close relationship between our two countries and something I'm very proud to support. Today, things look a little different from the 1880s though. And this gaming tournament showcases one of the areas of future growth and partnership in international education between Korea and the United States. Korea is famous for having the world's best esports players, and the United States is world famous for our deep bench of high-quality universities, including the 8 whose varsity team sports are competing in this tournament. This tournament brings together the strengths of our two countries, and in doing so, I hope will create new partnerships and opportunities for talented Korean students who wish to pursue higher education in the United States. I'd like to close my remarks with a quote from President Biden on what we're all doing here today together. The robust exchange of students and educators, along with the broader international efforts between the United States and other countries, strengthen relationships between current and future leaders. These relationships are necessary to address the shared challenges and contribute to global peace and security. So to all those Americans and Korean friends of esports and student exchanges involved in this tournament, congratulations on your successes. And thank you for your contributions to strengthening the ties between our two countries. May the best E-team win. Fighting!
And of course, a very strong demonstration of the level of cooperation happening between these two countries to make this possible. And, you know, as was kind of mentioned there, something that's been on my mind, you know, looking at this tournament and the lead up to where we're at now, you know, these are two countries with very strong traditions that are now kind of colliding in the world of esports. Obviously, Korea having that very storied esports history, you know, the as they sort of said, the mecca of esports is a really great term for it, and often considered the creme de la creme, to the point where it has been the benchmark that the West has always looked up to in terms of quality. But obviously in the States, what you have is you have that very proud tradition of collegiate sports throughout the university scene. There, you know, we all know about the nature of scholarships for these sports, and now for esports as well. More and more universities having esports programs. These long-standing national traditions now starting to come together in the world of esports to create this tournament and more.
And hopefully more, a lot more. I mean, in the special thing is it's an international one as well. You see the bracket live on your screen right now, where our 4 teams will finally be matching up. So we already played through a round of 16. We already played through their quarterfinals, and now into the semifinals. And on your screen right now, the first match is going to be New York University versus Dunkirk University, followed by Gachon University versus UC Berkeley. No, so the other way around. It's Dunkirk versus UC Berkeley. And New York University versus Gachon first. We're looking from top down here, not left to right, it's top down. So that's how we kind of got here. And as you saw in the bracket, there's also some of the other teams that we had prior to the semifinal. Then obviously the finals will come afterwards to see, you know, is it going to be maybe a Korea versus US final, or is it going to be maybe Korea versus Korea? That both teams would actually then be live in the venue on LAN versus chat, which would be quite interesting. Or maybe it could even be US versus US in the finals, which would just show, you know, the strength of maybe that collegiate program the US has spoken about. They have a lot of stuff going on in terms of Overwatch in the US, a full collegiate program that's been going on for a very long time as far as Overwatch, and honestly multiple other esports as well.
And I mean, I think if you're really wanting to tip it, if you want the maximum excitement, if you will, maximum stakes, you'd love to see it be a US versus Korea final. Obviously, that proper international clash. It's always what you'd like to see when you're in these international tournaments at the business end of them. Obviously, with the structure prior to this point, it's sort of lent itself towards having equal representation from both nations. And now as we come into the semifinals and the finals beyond, it could be, as you say, fully possible that only one country is entirely represented in the finals. But if I get any say in the matter, I'd love to see one US, one Korean team.
So in a moment, we'll go ahead and actually meet the teams as well. Kind of find out, exactly who we're looking forward to seeing. If there's any new talents on the horizon, any players that we might even be able to recognize. Maybe people that kind of play through the high levels or ranked in their respective regions might have run through some of these players themselves. Or perhaps, if you follow the collegiate programs in the past. There's at least one name that I'm looking forward to that should be pretty familiar with people. I won't spoil it just for you just yet, but once that comes up, you'll know exactly who I'm talking about. But looking through the first two teams, I mean, I'm even just looking through the general ranks of players. Some really high ranked players in here. We're talking like multiple players who are even 4,400 and above. And just to put things into context, and when you're going through for Overwatch League trials, when an Overwatch League franchise team is looking to call up players and looking to trial players, their opening kind of standard generally sits at about 4,400 plus for your skill rating. So that's you've already got players that easily match that requirement, that are easily already there. It's a mixture of players that you do have some diamonds in there. You have masters, you have a lot of grandmasters, and multiple players that would be top 500 that honestly could easily also be in the contenders program as well. Could have been, if they're a Korean player, in contenders Korea. I mean, we might even see them next season.
Well, that's exactly the thing. This could well be the crossover event, if you will. If you come into this and really impress, then you may yet become a hot property. Obviously, we're in that contenders off season, and it could be a bit of a lengthy one. There is a lot of time for roster reshuffles across these teams, and no doubt these are the sorts of players that are going to be looking for those spots on the bench among those teams. And this is just, it's a huge opportunity. There's no two ways about it. Obviously, the unfortunate empty seats here to represent New York University, as was obviously mentioned just a little bit earlier. Naturally, due to international travel restrictions, not able to do this in person. But you would have also noted in subsequent years, they are very much intending to do this in person. So not only is this a long-standing commitment between these two nations to continue the international aspect of this collegiate program, it is also fully committed to having that same, if you will, level of prestige from what we usually get out of our international esports events, where we will actually have teams traveling to the various countries to compete against one another, head-to-head, face-to-face, in person, in these fantastic live venues that now exist all around the world.
Absolutely, and we didn't quite get to see, obviously, as you mentioned, the team not being here live in person. Just to sort of briefly even just look at the roster a little bit. I mean, you'll get properly introduced to them when we get in the game, I suppose, but couple players to look out for in this team. When I looked over, who was playing, there's 3 players in particular that are extremely high ranked on New York University. Starting with the DPS player, Lover's Rage. This guy's 4,400 already, and support on Swift 16 is the highest ranked player on that position as well. It's actually got 2 supports, and they're both 4,500, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Swift 16, Eeyore, and then on DPS once more, you have Learning Machine who's on 45. So multiple players that are in that high, again, 4,400 plus kind of area. They're going to be flanked by a couple of players in mid-masters, maybe early masters, but honestly, some really good talent. On the other side as well, Gachon University, as we head into map point, which is going to be Busan, and again, we're live in Busan as well, in the Busan Esports Arena.
Beautiful.
On Gachon University, your 2 GM players are See You Next Time and Yusin, who I don't quite have their roles, but I'm sure as soon as we get in, you're going to find out who they are.
Yeah, it's going to become immediately apparent. As soon as one of them locks in a Genji, for example, you'll be like, right, that's clearly the support. You really couldn't make it any better than this. Starting things off on Busan, and as I understand it, we are playing the standard competitive format, wherein the loser will pick the subsequent map. With that, I believe there's nothing left to do but get stuck in to this very first map, to this very first game of this very first match. And today we will be having 3 whole matches as we go the full length through both of these semifinals and the final subsequently. Yeah. New York University versus Gachon University. Let's get stuck in.
Busan, downtown, I believe. Let's take a look at compositions opening out. You mentioned, okay, you know, could we see something like a Genji? It's not really meta right now, but my curiosity is, what exactly do teams want to go for at the collegiate level? Are they going to be playing mostly quote-unquote meta, what the professional teams would be in tier 2 or above? Gachon University coming through on Tracer Sombra and a Soldier. Actually, we're not even locked to a typical 2-2-2 here. You've only seen one tank on Gachon and Killing versus down.
Yeah, which is a little bit spicy to say the least as the res comes through on to see you next time. That is one of the Grandmaster players on Gachon University. By the way, the one whose name is entirely in Korean is Chulbuzi. So if you hear us saying that, that's who we are referring to. And then over on the New York University side, you have Learning Machine there as well, who, funny enough, has just been killed by Chulbuzi. And with that, Gachon have the number superiority. They will be getting the opening cap on the points.
Both teams are playing on 150 ms on minimum latency as well, so just to keep the playing field as even as possible. New York University themselves are playing with just a solo tank, so maybe they kind of develop their own meta. This is an alternate history, Pixie, of what maybe the game could look like if it wasn't pure 2-2-2 in 2021, in November as well. What exactly is the game we're playing? And apparently that game is something like quad DPS.
Yeah, it's quad DPS, solo mercy in the pocket, and you know, there's an amount of sense to this. There's an explosivity to it, a playmaking potential in it, and as you see, Gachon University just kind of keeping the better position over NYU. Lazy having that rocket barrage available as well. Please control S, not necessarily always in the pocket of the Mercy. That's a great pulse bomb stick and immediately confirms another one. They do lose the Mercy, but at this point, I feel like the damage has been dealt. Actually, NYU starting to bite back just a little bit with See You Next Time dealt with now. And without that Mercy on their side, they can't bring anyone back. That's going to be Lazy getting the one with the rocket barrage, but they're running even keeled about now. Chulbuzi gets another one, just barely tipping the balance. And I think that will mean Gachon just have enough to hold tight.
So Tracer players that are really popping off right now, especially for Gachon University. Talked about him already, but Chulbuzi got something like 4 kills in that run through, including a pulse bomb stick, and Gachon University is still massively in the lead here, 70% and counting. We're looking forward to the EMPs that should be coming through in this particular fight, and that might be the game ender right here. See You Next Time is, you know, if he's able to kind of pull the trigger early. Gachon University are on last fight territory.
Yeah, not a comfortable position. NYU don't exactly have a lot in the box right now. Claire getting drilled down. Killing versus the follow-up for that. And here's the engage now on Dorpig. Does get the kill back onto Killingverse, but you'll be sorry for the lack of Claire right now. There's no tac visor. And they, oh, look at that. The res comes straight through on Killingverse anyway. That's a decent kill onto Chulbuzi, but the EMP onto these 2 airborne members just hasn't been the threat they needed. Only just getting Lazy out of the skies now as Mungay goes aggressive with the tac visor. Just trying to keep as much space around this point as possible, minimize where these DPSs can play. Great manual hack onto Lover's Rage to mean See You Next Time finishes him off, and a full 100-0 shutout for Gachon University to kick things off.
Yeah, massive ult advantage towards the end there for Gachon. NYU not quite in the same boat, so Claire maybe just dropping that tac visor towards the end to no avail. And I suppose, you know, the more I think about and theorize in my own head about what is being run and why it's being run, when you only have that one tank and there's minimal damage mitigation, hey, maybe it's like almost a preview of 5v5 to look forward in the future, obviously without more additions to help the tanks out. But there's no shields here, there's no real damage mitigation, you don't have a defense matrix, not even bubbles from Azaria, nothing. So hit scam damage, especially when we're looking towards Soldier, really effective. Tank visor for once is maybe a really good ultimate in this particular matchup, when normally it would be an ultimate that doesn't get a lot of value at all. And beyond that as well, nothing to really mitigate the damage coming out from Sombras or hacks, which means really easy confirms. And as we head over to now Sanctuary, doesn't look like we're changing things up at all. Both teams running the exact same thing they were on our previous round.
Yeah, it's like every fight is a war of attrition, but it's a very fast kind of attrition. It's like both teams are going to frag out who's got the last man standing kind of thing. And as I say that, we've already lost our first man in this one as Chulbuzi does go down to his counterpart. Mungay, though, trading one back onto the Mercy. That is a high-profile kill to pick up. Means that kill on Claire is certainly going to stick. As NYU, they have a couple of low-health members. Gachon, we're able to get on towards the point here, and Please Control is surviving that manual hack there as well. Very important to keep the Mercy in the mix here. That's going to be, again, Gachon getting the opening cap.
That's the neutral one. Once more by our home team here with Gachon University. The Mercies are going to be really important here, as obviously you only have the one healer. So a lot of work for the Mercies, and you see the targeting coming through. If Eeyore goes down, that could be problematic, but that's actually a really nice opening coming through from New York University.
And we're finally seeing the Echo come out here as well over the Pharaoh, with Claire going over to that pick. As look at this scrap going on here. Lover's Rage gets the gets wrapped around upon rather the trade back there on Mungay. So NYU with that res now keeping a numerical advantage. Another kill to come through. This is looking very good for NYU, possibly about to get their first seconds actually on the point itself. Gachon, I'm going to give it up easily, though. They chuck the minefield down, and it's a little bit of a tedious one for you to clear when you've got nothing but DPSs. They get another kill onto Chilbull Z, though. They are doing a great job of staying ahead in terms of the kills here. Only casualty now coming through Swift 16. This one will be unresable, and hold on a hot second, because Gachon aren't going to go down without swinging one back first. They get one with the Pulse Bomb. That should secure it for NYU.
And while you still have this EMP to play through as well, you're really starting to see the soldier players coming through now from Learning Machine. It's multiple frags, including Chilbull, who is definitely the highest threat target that we're seeing out of Gachon. Monkey's going to try and come through with a tactical visor. Said there wasn't going to be that much damage mitigation. Even still, it is a 1-for-1 trade at least looking towards the actual soldier play itself. New York have actually lost control of the point.
I mean, they never gained control of the point. They only just capped it now, and by the time they have, Gachon's actually already picked up a couple of kills, and now too late in the day from Lazy. Yeah, NYU, just as they cap the point, they cap it as they're losing the fight. It took them way too long to get actual boots on the ground. They weren't finishing off the right members, and too many DPSs playing around the point rather than on the point to secure it first and then go continue the fight. So in among all of that, Gachon also got about 50 extra percentage points, and NYU have only walked away with about 20 of their own.
Probably should have said lost control of the fight there, because it looked like New York University taking the lead, but you're right, they never actually capped despite all of the kills coming on through, despite the fact that now you have Learning Machine gets his counterpart on the other side, but New York University is still falling by the wayside. It will be Gachon University, I think, taking map number 1 here.
Yeah, back in their rhythm, keeping ahead of these kills and deaths. That's a good tac visor, though. That could just swing things right back around from Learning Machine. That's the kind of clean wipe we've been looking for up until this point. It looks like we may have, they've barely got back in control of it. 25% now. Last chance for NYU.
And again, it's that tactical visor, right? We're looking over towards Learning Machine. As definitely with the highest output player so far, you need something to control Lazy, who's otherwise been pretty free farming in the air. Notice that Claire did change over to the Echo some time ago now. That was actually a really long time ago, but did got rid of the Ash. And, well, I mean, Claire doesn't really live to tell the tale. Needed to get that duplicate out, was probably hacked out.
At this point, it's just the 1 for nothing. Not in a good position to go for the raise, even dying. That's a really big kill onto Eeyore. The 1 trade back onto See You Next Time. It's a high priority member, but Control S could always just go for the raise. That's another death now in the form of Dorpig. So all things told, Gachon once again just hitting their stride, getting into the swing a bit, getting a quick rack of kills without really all that much payback from NYU. Recapping the points, 99-2, I believe is about 59. Better showing from NYU for sure, but Gachon looking dominant.
It's the kind of matchup where for NYU, really relying on that hit scan, really relying on that soldier to make most of the plays. But if Learning Machine is down, if he's kind of shut out of the map, you start to see, first of all, Lazy in the fire run wild. You still have, on that very impactful tracer as well, Chilbull, who did a great job on downtown specifically. And a bit of a struggle for New York University. Again, we are on ping here, but both teams are technically on ping. So it's 150 MS for both sides. And despite a better showing on Sanctuary, I'd be honest to say here there was mostly a one-sided showing from Gachon University specifically.
Yeah, definitely so. It's kind of fascinating as well, obviously, with that slight ping difference. If the meta is like full DPSs, which it seems to be, the 4 DPS compositions, that is easily the role where ping is going to have the most profound effect. It's kind of a fascinating meta that seems to have emerged out of this collegiate scene, out of this collegiate tournament, without having that 2-2-2 lock. And I'll be fascinated to see as well how this kind of continues, if there is actually any deviation that happens on other maps, or whether it is full 4 DPS, 1 Mercy, 1 tank.
Definitely quite chaotic. I'll be honest, it's not the type of gameplay that I'm used to seeing. I'm sure most people actually.
Yeah.
Even in ranked, even in just your normal quick plays, your ranked now, unless you're doing full open queue, you'd be looking towards standard 2-2 gameplay. So it is quite a different experience trying to follow a lot through it. Starting to get a feel for why maybe the roles are locked up a little bit when you got 4 DPS you have to try and follow. The game looks pretty messy in that sort of state, and I can imagine as well for the players, pretty frenetic in their POV. Having to deal with multiple things flying at them and not a lot of tanks shoot, because even the one tank that is available is the ball,
it's
right? So
ball.
it's super fast. It's basically a flying DPS at the same time. So an interesting game. And as we head through the maps, potentially they could change things up. I mean, maybe we head towards, if anyone decides they want to play a Ryan comp, that's when I think you are going to get more than one tank, because if you are going to play a solo tank, ball makes sense for a solo tank. Beyond that, tanks need to kind of support each other. So you do need to, once you move away from the ball, if teams decide to move away from the ball at all.
And I'm so fascinated by this as well. I wonder if this has been an adaptation from teams based on like specific tournament rules more than anything else, because this is so far from the deviation, and like you kind of mentioned, it's like an alternate history. It's like what would these patches look like if we weren't in that role lock format that we often are, or for competitive Overwatch. So it's fascinating to see this play out, I've got to say, and I'm excited to see a little bit more of it. I think we're taking a little bit of a breather before we crack into the next map, so hang tight, we'll be back in a moment. And welcome back to the US versus Republic of Korea Virtual Collegiate Esports Tournament for Overwatch. We are embroiled, in fact, in the middle of Gachon University versus New York University. We saw Gachon have a frankly dominating start on Busan. We also commented on the fact that the meta for this tournament seems to have firmly established itself in the absence of role lock, as 4 DPSs, 1 support in the form of a Mercy specifically, and 1 tank in the form of a Wrecking Ball specifically. And we've been wondering to ourselves, will that change now as we move away from Control?
Yeah. I do wonder that as well, because we know that Control is very dive favored for the most part, obviously depending on the map, but you also then have Busan in particular, that's been one of the most ball-favored maps that ever has been. Even if we were playing 2-2, really you'd just be changing out one of the DPSs for probably a Sigma at that point. And, you know, if we were playing again 2-2, you'd be dropping another DPS for a Zen. We'd be back towards our standard Tracer Sombra, Bull, Sigma, Zen, Brig kind of dive composition setup. This is just that, minus the extra support and extra tank. And I'm really impressed by the fact that Gachon even ran a Pharah on top of everything else, because Pharah requires a lot of pocketing. They only have 1 support in the Mercy, and the Mercy has split time between basically healing 5 other players. You need a lot of control over health packs. You need a lot of that Sombra health pack hacking out going on, because you need to share that wealth. You need to share the healing across whatever you can, because it's only 1 Mercy per team.
By the way, you can see the substitution coming in there. See you next time. One of the team's Grandmaster players has been subbed out for the gentleman you can now see on your screen by the name of Yu Sin, the other, as it happens, Grandmaster player on Gachon University.
So see what impact that has on the team here. That does say to me that maybe we're looking towards a compositional change heading into the next map. Otherwise, if you're Gachon, you know, you're probably looking at a situation where you don't have to really change what works. Not Busan, as it's one we just played. Numbani will be our next map coming up now. Presumably chosen by New York University, who have at this stage made no change. They do have 7 players on their roster. We'll see if... I think Seesaw is the play that we haven't seen so far. If that player comes in at any stage. But right now it's Dorpig that has been on that main tank. And first thing you'll need to look out for compositionally when we get into Numbani is, does the main tank change? Because if that player changes off the ball, I expect the rest of the comp to change as well.
And it's, I mean, it's fascinating as well. Obviously, you know, we saw the 4-1-1 composition, but strictly speaking, you know, among those players, they do have themselves listed as having a main tank, a main support, an off tank, another support, 2 DPSs, and then obviously in NYU's case, they have another tank on the bench, Seesaw, who you mentioned. So, like, we're seeing the majority of those players essentially flexing over onto different roles. I believe it was we saw Claire, they're listed off tank as one of the DPSs, as well as Eeyore, Swift 16, one of the supports, also playing as a DPS. And now as we come over onto Numbani, we are immediately shifting things up here for NYU.
Not quite for Gachon though. They're gonna stick by to what they played previously. That being said, the one major swap up is, as you mentioned, because See You next time is kind of back over towards the bench, swapped out for Yusin. That Tracer has moved over to that player's position instead, which also does mean that Chulbuzi is going over towards the Ash, so they will still be playing mainly DPS, and New York are running, I would say, a far more standard type of comp. The Soldiers maybe less so, but then, as I mentioned on Busan, you have such open sightlines, you have such little damage mitigation. The Soldier actually has a lot of higher value here than maybe what a Sombra normally would.
I also like what the Brigida brings to the table here, obviously, with the Wrecking Ball, with the Tracer, with the Sombra. A lot of happy targets for you to stun, but that's a manual hack on Claire and a quick D-mech. It's the amount of damage that does come through when you get hacked like that. You're an absolute sitting duck, and Dorpig doesn't quite fancy his chances to fully tank up, but they actually managed picking up a kill here. I imagine Control S will want to try and find the res on that, if it is resable.
I think New York as well can play a little bit more of a poke style composition. When you have such little healings that have got John, you can definitely afford to have your Soldier player, who I think was the highest performing player on that Sanctuary map. In fact, you know, we look at how what Learning Machine was really doing to just get that damage on a Gachon. A lot of it will stick. You see the Munga is already quite low, so is Lazy.
And once again, Claire does get brought really low. This time is able to slip away and start getting healed up, though, by Swift16, who now has a nano boost committed directly onto Dorping. Great quick dive onto Control 5. There is a manual hack happening on the back line on Learning Machine, but, I mean, it's all for now. Gachon is getting absolutely dismantled. The bomb gets tossed out just before Chulbuzi goes down, but it's not really going to help them hold on to the point here. So NYU, second time's the charm, as it turns out. They should be able to finish this cap without any further issue, rather.
It's really the initial kill and now the subsequent kill into use that's going to put Gachon further behind, as New York had the earlier reinforcement. They respawn a little bit quicker. You still have to wait for use in just a little while, even though that is the Tracer player. And with New York University also having tempo in their control, that initial dive in straight away, as I mentioned, damage has got to stick. There's no mitigation for Gachon University at all. So Gachon pretty much have to pull the trigger earlier than New York, but I think that's the game plan for both teams.
Seems to be the way. As you see Killingverse going for the slow setup there across the side. They've got the ultimates necessary at their disposal, but I mean, NYU just feels like they've got the more patient team comp here. There is that engage. It's so clean from Gachon, all things considered, and that is NYU looking like they're going to get wiped to a man here, assuming Claire does go down. I mean, that's yeah, the late kill onto Claire through the minefield. A lot of that was ultimate investment from Gachon, but now NYU, they have a very diveable position in terms of getting back on that card, provided they don't get spawn capped.
It's also a rally cancel as well into EOS, so it's going to be one ultimate lost. And speaking of things that are lost, it's also going to be Learning Machine down, which you can't really afford to have happen. That's your main DPS. You need to have that attack visor. Okay, it's going to end up solo EMPing Claire. New York University, for the most part, have managed to dodge that out.
Yeah, which is a little bit nice, but unfortunately they couldn't do much in that particular engage. They lost Dorpig a bit too quickly, wasn't able to get the Primal Rage off, but now one less ultimate for Gachon's money, so NYU should be able to get a bit more success on this push. They're putting in a lot of time to try and shore up that reverse flank there. They're paying a lot of respect to these members of Gachon trying to flank around, but it is slowing down their push on the front end here as they finally force the recall out of Mungay. You see the bomb get tossed out now here from Chulbul Z as the Primal Rage finally deployed. Again, manually hacked. Will just barely be able to self-destruct and preserve the mech, which is always a good, but a little bit of good news. You take the silver linings when you can. NYU, though, haven't really got the kills just yet. They've forced the position, but Gachon have been able to get away.
They've used about 4 ultimates here as well on NYU, and you know they've held on to ultimates for so long. That's because they've just been repeatedly dived upon time and time again. That's exactly what I outlined in terms of what Gachon University need to do in terms of pulling that trigger early. New York University, they should just try to be counter dive here. You can trade backlines quite effectively. You have 2 tanks. Sure, Claire's been hacked out a number of times, but if you just trade plays in terms of trading the damage as well, such little healing, such little damage mitigation. I think New York University, especially this close to their spawn, have that spawn advantage. They get a lot out of that.
Yeah, it does seem, though, that Gachon, more often than not, is just able to pick up frags, get these extra kills. I mean, you see how often Lazy is going for these single rocket barrage kills. But honestly, if you're charging up the rocket barrages that quickly, because you're landing so many shots, landing so many rockets, getting so many kills, you can just go for those solo kills. They're just looking to tip the balance. They're looking to basically get a frag, have a slightly favorable trade, because there's so many DPSs here. Someone's always going to have an ultimate available.
NYU's heading over towards the double hit scan now. EMP again, but a great sleep out onto Munga. That should be a kill confirmation if NYU can actually survive.
And I don't know if that second part could really come into play here. They've already lost Learning Machine. They get the trade back on Killingverse, but really all that's done is alleviated a bit of the pressure. NYU are still just waiting for respawners.
If NYU really want to play hard, more anti-dive here, they've already got the Cassie out to play for Lover's Rage. They could also bring the Soldier out to bear, or rather the Sombra out to bear as well, because the Soldier right now is just being bullied. So far, Learning Machine's been on a bit of a respawn simulator, has still not had a chance to use his attack vibes, the same attack vibes from the start of the game.
Which is fascinating and bizarre, but I suppose he just hasn't been able to sit pretty up the back where he wants to be, always getting dove by Killingverse. Speaking of dive, Lazy just knocks Swift16 right off the map geometry. There is no opportunity for NYU to get that tip of the spear in Dorpig in where they want him. And look at that, another ultimate investment from Gachon University. And why not? They've nearly got another rocket barrage.
Dorpig's going to have in a lot of trouble here. They have the Nano play as well. This is where you really want to see a Nano Visor. Ideally, the EMP isn't quite up for Munga just yet. In fact, there's not really ultimates until Lazy gets this rocket barrage, which has been a bit of a problem, but this is why you run the Diva. This is why you have defense make sure. This is why you run a Soldier as well to deal with Lazy.
And I like this, a quick dive onto the backline, onto Control S, just to at least prevent the res. Nice leap onto Killing Verse as well. That's that backline pressure alleviated at long last. They lose Dorpig, who does not pop the Primal Rage. That feels like a mistake from my part, but NYU, they have the numerical advantage still. The Bionade onto Killing Verse, they're trying to keep the pressure up. Lazy is on his way back in, but NYU are in possession of the card. They're finally starting to keep ahead on these kills.
Absolutely, and you know, as we head over towards the OT as well, Gachon University still in final fight territory. They'll have Houston back online just before the OT kicks in, so no longer respawns just yet. EMP catches 3, including the Ana player, slips 15.
Dorpig has eaten up the entirety of Lazy's Rocket Barrage as well, thanks to that Primal Rage, so I guess that shows me he was right to hold on to it in a way, but Gachon University for the first time not really getting anything out of any of the ultimates they threw into the mix there. NYU, on the other hand, quite a lean fight, all things considered. They've actually got quite a lot available coming in, you see.
Because they have Police Control S down, who's the Mercy player as well, that's also going to be forcing Gachon University to hold back. As Lazy goes over towards the Hanzo, which, you know, the fire was working to an extent, but normally on the Barney see even 4 fire teams, they'll probably swap off that as offering a little bit more long range damage. It's kind of 2 snipers on the team now, so a mixture of dive pressure from Gachon as well as some solid sniping from that back line.
Solid indeed, just trying to round the final bend here. Keeping the pressure on. Good off angle for machine learning. Learning machine, rather. Other way around.
Nothing to block the Deadeye, by the way, when it comes through.
That could be huge. Pulse Bomb, great connect onto Eeyore. That takes the rally right off the table. That extra rally armor can be huge in this instance. NYU, though, just not getting enough kills, kind of just getting picked off one by one, and obviously that respawn advantage there as well, and only 20 seconds. So they need to get out here, and they need to get out alive and fast. That's a bad, bit of bad news there for, I know this player's name. Yusin. Go.
Yeah, that's the one.
Whew, got it.
New York University have so many ultimates. I expect them to just kind of start to use something. So Eagle finally pops out rally, hoping to not get it cancelled this time. Here's the Deadeye finally. And as I mentioned, it cannot be blocked. Killing Verse will be the one going down. And Gachon are without their tank.
Wouldn't have minded a little bit more than that. I imagine that rally not getting a whole lot of value either as Eeyore goes down, but it's enough kills, just enough kills to get it over the line. And that is the one downside to having all those DPSs is that high explosivity, but no real great ways to stall on the cart. You are so very, very fragile.
Now, swapping sides of the defense, question will be, how much longer are Gachon going to keep up the 4 DPSs? Will they do it on the defense as well? I can see it, sorry, on the offense as well, as they've just defended. So the question was answered, they absolutely were going to do it on the defense. And the entire way as well, I mean, mind you, they would have had the option to go over towards, I don't even know that you necessarily have to go to 2-2-2 here, but you could even go something like triple DPS with 2 supports, which is a little bit more standard. If you really want to have fragging power on that support line, you could play like a Zen Mercy as well, which still has the ability to put out a lot of damage. Maybe even a BAP, depending on what your preferences as far as your backline is. Gachon University, by the looks of it, will remain on this composition. And just to even put it out there, when you think about all the metas that we've had in Overwatch history, I don't know that we've even really ever had a quad DPS, because even at the height of, I think, countering goats or like a real DPS-centric meta, Shanghai, like a triple DPS at one point, but that's as far as most teams would ever want to go in terms of maximizing DPS. It feels quite greedy, and New York have been able to finally capitalize. It did take them a lot of time, and they only finished the map in OT, but they did finish.
They did indeed finish, and that's got to be the marker of success, if nothing else. There's still, I have a lot of questions about it. My questions are mostly if and when is this going to be punished, because I kind of can't help but believe that it should be getting punished in some capacity. And if it's not, that would be the greatest surprise to me personally. But as they're rounding out the gates now anyway, it's the same explosive trades coming in. Claire manually hacked, surviving by a thread, which is very important for the defense here.
Good plays in terms of positioning to get out of LOS, and more importantly as well to have the healers if they're pumping back in. Claire's been manually hacked time and time again by Gay, but really the prime target has been a soldier player of Learning Machine. Honestly, Houston's been really going hard.
And here we go, still collecting the kills here. It's a nice manual hack and kill onto Lover's Rage, but I kind of need to get a little bit more than just the trades here. Killing Verse goes down. Anyway, you were keeping a reasonable amount of pressure on the point here. Gachon, they've got a little bit of cap pressure. They've walked away with a third here, which is, better than nothing, but this is not quite as successful anymore.
Nano boost available. But this one should go pretty quickly on the door. But they lose another player. Houston's just been flying these 1v1s across the map. You actually see the timing of the Tracer plays as well. Usually it's, again, it's the soldier player of Learning Machine that's in the backline that is once again going to be eliminated now. It's just been the prime target every single fight.
And they're only just getting Lover's Rage back in the mix here, by the way. The Nano Boost goes on Dorpig, no Primal available, which means Swift 16 and Dorpig end up both going down. Now, Eeyore, and this will be the one for Gachon University. And, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, you get Yusin around the side, finds Lover's Rage, wins the 1v1, just sort of outskills there. It immediately puts NYU on the back foot because now you've got all those other DPSs just looking to find someone, anyone. And the fact that there is only the one other DPS left alive at that point, as soon as Learning Machine goes down, that's it. It's over for NYU on the point.
I think you need Eeyore really marking this Tracer play of Houston right now. Eeyore on this break, who needs to be standing pretty close to, I would say, Learning Machine on the Soldier here. They should be kind of working as a duo. Some good long-range damage here. 3 players haven't hacked out. Dorpig is a primal, but can't use it just yet.
Oh, that's killing goes down, but Rez straight back in, so that pressure is going to continue. And you want to see NYU go for the dive, get a little bit more proactive. Don't wait for them to come to you. That's what they want to do, the Visor. But he's so out of position, chasing down the Mercy, that he instantly dies. And all the while, Gachon are getting aggressive in their own right. Trade it back, sort of coming in here as NYU. They try this counter engage, and they kind of come into the play a little bit too late. This is already Gachon at a great man advantage here. Claire will be able to reset with self-destruct. Actually, won't be able to get back in the mech just yet. Manually hacked and finished off as well. No kills with said self-destruct either. So Gachon, they'll at least chase Dorpig away here, if not secure the kill with the follow-up here from Yusin and Mungay. The card just keeps pushing as they frag out.
And that's the thing as well, because we looked at where Learning Machine was. You're sure he traded his own life, but he managed to get down the Mercy play, which means no more healing for Gachon. And this time, Gachon's not even running their own soldier for the healing pad, right? So it's literally 0 healing at that rate, just the health packs. But New York University, they don't let down the pressure. Laser's back into action with Police Control Ace in the back. And with this damage output, with Claire hacked out as well, there's just no good mitigation for New York University. My other question was going to be, what is your Diva player doing? Because this is the other person that really needs to be doing a lot to put these DPS on Gachon under lock. The issue then is there's 4 of the DPSs, and you have to kind of look at everyone at once. So the Diva, you almost have to be like the type that has to be watching 4 DPS players, now moving over towards Zari, which I don't know if that's the right call, because that's going to give you even less mitigation versus DPS.
Yeah, it's like instead of going, in the absence of the defense playing out correctly, they're just going for even more offense, and it just doesn't feel like the right call, all things considered. But as it is, Gachon looking poised to just cap outright here. Already the early kill onto Eeyore. Claire will be taking a long time to get all of that charge up, and that's a really nice EMP. Everyone just boxed up in the spawn, sitting ducks under the rocket barrage. 3:43 on the clock, absolutely bonkers. And because it is well clear of that 1 minute mark as well, they'll now go into the time bank with 3 minutes at 43. No time will be given over to New York University, who will now have to fully hold on A for 3 minutes 43 seconds just to take it to a draw.
I would like to potentially see New York try like a hard anti-dive comp, something like a Torb cast at the same time, put the Arista in there. They have the option of going a 3rd DPS if they really want to keep something like the Soldier, but Learning Machine's been under such pressure this map, which is strange to me because you'd imagine that on an open map like Sanctuary on Busan, that would be much more difficult for a Soldier to survive in versus Numbani, where you actually have solid high ground to play through. You have a, positioning on the map that's not going to be as easy to flank, even though we're definitely seeing Gachon University access that backline anyway. From what I can tell, really to me, it's potentially a Brigand Diva deficiency, although, I'll throw a bone at Claire. Claire has been hacked out mostly by Mungo, which has really shut down Diva's ability to do anything in this game. But you have enough tools in the pocket that I think you should be able to stop a manual hack from coming up through. You'd have to be that really good Diva player that can swing around, land that one pellet onto Mungo on that Sombra if possible, stop that manual hack and keep yourself into action.
And, I mean, it's such an explosive way of playing the game as well. One can argue that skills may not be quite so honed, especially if you are usually playing Overwatch, usually getting the ranks you're getting in that 2-2-2 format. It's a very different beast.
Eeyle's one of the high-ranked players as well, so, I got some high expectations kind of for the Brick player of Eeyle, even though I know the job is tough for both of them when you're going up against 4 DPS, especially Houston, who's just been really manhandling all of New York University. Every single 1v1, it feels like Houston has been able to win. That's one win so far for New York in terms of getting a play down.
Pretty solid rack of kills here as well. Killing Verse will maybe just be able to roll away to safety as you see them forcing the recall onto Mungay there as well. That does unfortunately mean that Learning Machine is a little bit out of position right now.
You ideally don't want to give Houston too many 1v1s here. None at all would be great. It has been marked by Lover's Rage, so stopping the Tracer from just getting away with murder, as Houston has been for most of this map. And they got him down, so good stuff in New York again.
It's more of what they're wanting. Do lose Swift 16 this time around, and that means Dorpig ends up going down without that extra healing that you get from the Ana. This could just be the opener. Now everyone's looking very squishy. Everyone's sitting duck. Killing Verse, though, way too deep into the barrels of NYU's DPSs there.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that engage. That's the other problem with running a solo tank on a ball. I mean, ball's kind of tanky, but at the same time, there's nothing there. You can dive in, get melted by New York, and that would be about it. Speaking of melted, New York have done a pretty solid job of defending. Obviously, they're only playing for a draw. They can't win this map anymore. But they're doing a great job of just shutting down Gachon, which is not something that's really happened so far this map. And even Learning Machine has been pretty safe, just hiding away in these tunnels. Visor at the ready. New York have all the ultimates they need, and Gachon is still building, but they're pretty close.
And that's the thing that's so crazy to me, right? Like, we saw how little trouble Gachon actually had getting the better of NYU on their initial attacking phase throughout the whole thing. And it's like suddenly NYU have figured it out. They've suddenly found a way to just keep on top of the DPSs. That being said, as these ultimates come in, it's going to be a very different situation. The dive coming up onto the backline. Nice bio nade and a self-destruct thrown forward to try just keep these members at bay. The Bob.
Oh, the back cap.
Bob and the ball.
I didn't even see the
That's
bomb. I
brutal.
did see the ball. I saw Killing Verse there. I'm not too sure about the bomb, but yeah, there was only one tech, and you could not afford to give up that point. Gachon snuck it out from under NYU's nose. NYU were doing such a great job. They had dodged out the minefield. They threw out a self-destruct. They had more ultimates to use as well. The Nano was already in play. Dorpig looked like the Primal was about to be used next. And things are going pretty good for the defense. Aiden and Barney, pretty defendable as far as full holds go. Definitely one of the most, if not the most full holdable point of any map in the game. But they let that one slip through their fingers, and that one has got to hurt a little bit. And to be fair, they wouldn't have won on that. They would have just drawn it. They would also not be 0-2 down.
We'll start accepting Fs in the chat in just a few minutes more time after that. And it's a little unfortunate, but I mean, as you kind of say, they weren't actually playing for a win at that point anyway. That doesn't mean, it's therefore okay that they ended up losing that point, because that was a real heartbreaking way to lose the point. Ideally, you don't want to be in that situation in the first place, but that's exactly the issue. They were in that situation in the first place because Gachon were just getting the better end of every single engage, just seems to be getting all the extra kills, the extra frags, and kind of feels like this inexorable tide. It feels like it shouldn't be working, but at the same time, if your team isn't able to shut it down consistently enough, then it is going to keep working. It's going to go unpunished, and look, that's all you need to win, I suppose, if you're Gachon. With that, we'll see if they can close it out. We are 2-0 up for Gachon. Have a little bit of a highlight reel here. We'll be taking a brief break. When we come back, the action will continue.
A United States education is your gateway
to a great American campus experience,
to study in a country of innovators and entrepreneurs,
to use your curiosity wisely,
to take on challenges,
to think differently,
to have endless opportunities,
to hear new perspectives,
to navigate cultural differences,
to pursue your passions,
to gain real-world experiences,
to learn skills for a changing job market,
to put theory into practice,
to become the kind of professional you want to be,
to thrive in your career,
to give back to your community and to the world,
to be the kind of person that you wouldn't have dreamed to be otherwise.
Come study.
come study,
Come study.
Come study in the United States.
빠지고 싶어 Cause I love you 나는 널 원하고 있어 I wanna touch your heart 얼른 떠나와 이 도시는 바다 향기를 실은 시원한 기분과 온기를 전해주는 한 폭의 그림 같아 어느새 사랑에 빠질 것 같아 물들어가는 이른 저녁 하늘 비채우는 푸른 바다 위 붉은 노을은 막 시작된 우리 사랑 같아 어떻게 너도 이런 내 맘을 알까 Be my love 너를 원해 푸른 바다를 걷게 내게 다가와 줄래 사랑에 빠지고 싶어 나는 널 원하고 있어
And again, we are in our first of two semifinals today. And it's already looking like it could just go the way of Gachon, already at a 2-0. We started seeing a bit of a glimmer of hope out of New York University in that time bank phase of Numbani, but of course already being in the time bank at a huge deficit, and even so still losing it in a bit of a heartbreaking way with only about a minute left on the clock. I am, of course, Matt Pixie Carroll, joined with Kevin Averill Walker. If you're just tuning in now, and this could well be the last time we see NYU in this tournament.
But it has been an improvement from Busan, and we're going to give them that, and that means that heading into map number 3, which is going to be the Escort game mode, we could see an improvement again. Unfortunately for NYU, Escort is very dive-oriented. It's probably going to be a bit of a playground for both teams with the 4 DPS that Gachon have been using as well. Gachon making further substitutions here. I believe that's Manku joining in, and Yusin heading out. So we'll see what Manku brings to the table as they really have no shortage of DPSs. Even if they kind of move away from 1 DPS, Yusin heading out, they can still play triple DPS, which is very effective. Obviously, depending on how New York University can handle it, they are handling things a little bit better, but time is running out.
Yeah, a little bit better is definitely the way to put it, because in general, it really kind of feels like Gachon is just sort of trouncing New York University, and as we've talked about already at some great length, this is Gachon running a 4 DPS composition with specifically a Mercy in the support role and a Wrecking Ball in the tank position as well. So, like, they've not deviated from that. The DPSs have switched up a little bit here and there. I believe we saw an Echo one point. Actually, I think Echo might have been on NYU. But NYU, we actually saw go back to a more traditional 2-2-2 against this 4 DPS. You'd feel like on paper it should start working, but the execution just wasn't quite there when needed.
That being said, I mean, I go back towards the time bank, you know, outside of the C9 that happened, outside of Gachon kind of sneaking away the cap on that final, or I say final, the first point in Numbani ended up being the final point in terms of where the map ended. I have a fair feeling that New York University could have probably have drawn Numbani, but that is going to be our second map done and dusted in the past now. Junkertown is where we're heading to next, and where New York University need to seriously think about how they're going to be handling this. Do they want to be moving more over towards the snipers? Is it more of a Widowmaker kind of centric arena that was going to come through? And, you know, that could be especially relevant if Gachon University will be playing more triple or maybe quad DPS again. Less damage mitigation. You want to shut down a Mercy. Long-range snipers is probably the way to go. Yusin's kind of off the team as well in terms of where the substitutions are. I think Yusin was maybe the biggest boon for Gachon and the biggest problem for NYU as well. So that's maybe even something else that helps out NYU just slightly.
Yeah, certainly feels that way. And I mean, yeah, we'll have to see if that actually comes to pass, because we did also see pretty solid mileage on the first map before Yusin was actually subbed in as well. That was coming out of See You Next Time. This is actually going to be the first time they are going to have either of their Grandmaster players on the lineup.
Yeah,
in one of these maps.
Gachon University really trying to even the stakes ever so slightly. So it is going to be 3 DPS, as we did see Gachon University sub in Manku, who is going to be a support player, so double supports now. To be fair, this is a lot more normal, and straight out the gate, Lacey's just going to destroy Lover's Rage, and New York University not finding any sort of purchase out the gate with their snipers so far.
And fascinatingly, it's actually NYU going back to the 4 DPS, so this could, I mean, this is going to be really, really swingy. There are a lot of excellent targets for these snipers to be picking off here. And I really feel like a lot of this is going to come down to, you know, who picks off who gets the most out of this. It almost makes me consider that the Ana might be not so much a sitting duck, but it's either going to go extremely well if you're landing great sleeps, or it's going to go extremely poorly because people are going to die long before you can start healing them up. And you're already seeing this position coming through from NYU, so much forward pressure. Finally, Gachon push back, some explosive kills coming through. They'll stop up the cart here for a hot second as NYU respawn.
Well, you'd have to really axe as Manku on the backline to put the pressure on her. I think Gachon University have been able to withhold the aggression from NYU so far. Ideally, in this composition, what you'd probably want to see instead of Ana is more like a Breg to defend against the divers, or even a Zen if you're feeling super confident about your own damage output. That would certainly help out your divers, and putting a Discord is always great for your snipers to work with. It's about a minute 30 gone, and Dorpig has been slept down, which Gachon now can just capitalize on.
Yeah, that's a very free one. The anti-heal Bionade going down as well. And you saw in as well the dive onto the backline from Killing Verse, able to pick up Lover's Rage without any issue. And NYU kind of struggling to get back underway.
And NYU, I mean, the 4 DPSs do make sense, as Lover's Rage is moving off for the Widowmaker, back over towards the Soldier, which is being played mostly by Learning Machine the entire time, who's currently on a Tracer. Soldier, I would say, is probably not ideal. When you're up against 2 snipers, they outrange you quite significantly. Player is going to take down Mongedo.
That's a whole lot of damage coming through very, very quickly, though, as NYU now Claire in a lot of trouble, going to go down. And that's even with that EMP getting tossed out by Swift 16. Not the most high impact one, unfortunately. So again, NYU kind of struggling to get underway. And this one was slightly better as a start. Immediately now going off. The Sombra gonna go over onto a Genji.
And clear over to the Ana as well, which says to me we're heading over towards some Nano Blade action. That's gonna have to come sometime in the, I would say, hope near future. But they got a minute 30 left, and almost doesn't even matter what substitution Gachon has, apparently, because they might have subbed out the GM plays, but they have not stopped dominating. Mungay has continually shut down New York, as EO's gonna bite the dust there. Their only support. And this Genji, again, Swift 16 needs a fast play. They need to get this Nano Blade online, but dying here, that's just going to prolong, unfortunately, New York potentially getting full help.
There's no counter sniper pressure right now as well, and if these two between Lazy and Mungay have managed to position themselves well enough that if any member of NYU starts going in on one of them, the other one can just kind of punish it. They can pick off that exact same person. That is if the person getting dove doesn't just get the headshot on the way in anyway, and Mungay is on an absolute tear right now. Further kills coming through. Less than 40 seconds on the clock. NYU only getting about halfway down the A cap.
And, you know, they've given up on the Nanoblade Dream as well when Claire swapped off over towards the Zen. So now it's more about just playing more like a standard dive, but they just can't quite make any movements forward. They're constantly picked out. They can't deal with this quad DPS at all. In fact, it's not even quite this triple DPS from Gachon University. We're down to the final 17 seconds, and it's looking more and more like a full hold.
Really is at this rate. Unfortunately, Swift 16 struggling to charge up a blade. Lover's Rage just getting outflanked and picked off again by Chubble Z. Does end up getting res, but the res is at the cost of Eeyor's life now, which means the Valkyrie gets taken off the table. Speaking of Valkyrie, Control S has his own running still. Another kill coming through, favoring Gachon. Still no deaths on their side, and it's looking like this is where the cart is going to stop. Up Claire nearly on a Transcendence, but it might come in far too late. Dorpig does pick up one with the minefield, staying alive as well, just barely. They can get a Transcendence. There is an opportunity here to play through that. They're just waiting out the rest of the Nano Boost. They end up getting the kill onto Chubble Z as the Transcendence comes on in. This is now the opportunity for them. They need to get a lot of kills, and they need to get a straight march to the end here as well. And you look at how fast that overtime bar will tick down if they step off the cart at all. And as I say that, Gachon is going to force them to step them off the cart. 1 foot off the cart, 1 foot in the grave.
Swift 16 on 89% as well. Final opportunity to maybe fire the Dragon Blade. Something, a Dry Blade would help them out. He's on 1 HP. Likely just get instantly shut down. Exactly what happens in Gachon University. Just picking up the stragglers.
Not even quite getting the A cap, unfortunately. Made it halfway there on the initial push, then got shut out and made it another half. That isn't to say a full half, that is a half of a half, also known as a quarter. Sold for X, they made it 3/4 of the way to the cap.
You're just seeing how good the performance, especially out of the DPS, of Gachon has been today. And the funny thing about being saying that is like, well, which one? Because there's like 4 of them. There's always been 4 of them so far, up until we got to this map. But it's been, you know, even you've had the 2 players that have been subbed out between Houston and See You Next Time, who are really, really good. You have the players on this map as well, where Lazy was predominantly on the Farah for earlier maps, has now moved over towards the Hanzo and has been kind of destroying NYU. I mean, that first shot that came on through, that was not a warning shot. I mean, that was just got a preview of exactly what the rest of the entire Jungle map was going to be. Just completely out-dueling everyone on the NYU side. And NYU, you know, you were talking potentially about what kind of anti-sniper pressure they have. I mean, one way to do it is to play your own snipers, but actually, they have the ball, they have the tracer, they have the extra dive pressure themselves to drop on top of the snipers, but they can never access the backline properly. You saw a couple times Dorpig try to really get some movements onto Mungay. It's coming down to the fact that I think the addition of the Ana player of Monku here, stopping things with the sleep dart into the Bionage, that's kind of ruined Dorpig's game plan as well, and ruined overall New York's game plan trying to stop those snipers as they'll go for the final defense here. It is winnable, it's not a draw map, and it is for the first time as well going to be a Rissa composition.
It's effectively a kind of bunker comp that they're going for here. Already losing the Hanzo, unfortunately, in the form of Learning Machine. Pressure coming in means Dorpig gets taken down, just completely outflanked and damaged out. The Bionades landing through very, very cleanly. Players not being able to land any hooks, get any kills. That's now another one coming through onto the map. I think this is going to be a one and done. Pretty clean run through not just Junkertown, but I dare say through the series as a whole. Last chance here, the sleep on Dorpig. Probably going to be able to finish him off. That's going to be Gachon University taking that one over the line.
And Constellation killed the Monge, but it's going to be all the NYU get. Gachon University, no issues whatsoever on Junkertown. I dare say that had we gone to Assault, which would have been our next game mode, our next map, that would have been a better run for a team like NYU. You know, I'm not convinced that quad or triple DPS would be as effective, but we're not going to find out in this match because it will be a swift 3-0. Only Numbani was what you would consider quote-unquote close, because we did go to a time bank, but when you really inspect the time bank, it was what, 340 versus 0. So even just looking at the time, it was pretty skewed in favor of Gachon.
Yeah, unfortunately not really close enough for NYU at any particular point. The extra DPS output just seems to be enough to tip the scales no matter what you do. Might seem a little bit wacky, might seem a little bit off meta. I mean, I would say it begs the question, if it weren't for Rollock, would we be seeing more of this in other tournaments? My gut answer is actually no. And that to me says that part of the issue here is, you know, things aren't being shut down adequately enough. Things aren't being countered adequately enough. We'll have to see if that trend continues or if things start to change as we move on through the rest of this tournament. We still, of course, have another semi-final to go. Gachon have punched their ticket directly to that finals. We're guaranteed one Korean team in. Now the question remains to be seen. Will they be facing off against another US team, or will they be facing off against the other Korean team in this tournament? If, at the very least, we're not going to be having an empty Busan arena for the grand finals with an NA versus NA situation.
Yeah, so we still have Dunkirk and UC Berkeley coming up as well, where Dunkirk will be taking the stage. Could be both Korean teams, who knows? We'll have to see.
A United States education is your gateway
to a great American campus experience,
to study in a country of innovators and entrepreneurs,
to use your curiosity wisely,
to take on challenges,
to think differently,
to have endless opportunities,
to hear new perspectives,
to navigate cultural differences,
To pursue your passions,
to gain real world experiences,
to learn skills for a changing job market,
to put theory into practice,
to become the kind of professional you want to be,
to thrive in your career,
to give back to your community and to the world.
to be the kind of person that you wouldn't have dreamed to be otherwise.
come study.
come study,
Come study.
Come study in the United States.
World Expo 2030, where all countries will agree to cooperate and act on the great transition to an era of sustainability. Busan, Korea, a World Expo 2030 candidate city, will open a sustainable future for humanity and planet Earth. Korea, a country that made the impossible possible
Korea, which was receiving aid, has been transformed into a developed country.
and remarkably advanced from one of the world's poorest countries to a developed country in just a little more than a half century. The world's 10th largest economy, a leader in the fourth industrial revolution with innovative technologies, and home of highly valuable global brands. This is Korea. At the center of Korea's economic growth, there is Busan. From a shelter for war refugees to a cradle for future industries of the world and Korea, Busan has played a key role in driving national economic growth. A World Expo 2030 candidate city, Busan, Korea, will be a bridge between developing and developed countries for understanding and coexistence. Busan, Korea is setting a new global standard for soft power.
The courage of journalists who did not turn a blind eye to the truth has led
Korea is widely recognized for its soft power in many areas, including press freedom
Parasite.
and Korean culture. Busan is at the epicenter of Korean soft power. It is a city of K-content, culture that represents Korea, and is emerging as a global hub of arts and culture for the future. Busan, Korea hopes to extend the value and share the experience of soft power with the world through World Expo 2030. A gateway city connecting Eurasia and the Pacific, and the world by sea and sky. A center of global logistics and cultural exchange, a beloved marine tourism city, and a favorite of the MICE industry. In 2030, a new future of humanity and planet Earth will unfold. A great transformation where dreams come true and despair turns into hope begins here in Busan, Korea. Sustainable living with nature, technology for humanity, and platform for caring and sharing all start here. Busan, Korea will take the lead at the forefront of transformation to a brighter future. Transforming our world, navigating toward a better future. World Expo 2030, Busan, Korea.
And welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us through the break. We have set sail on our second semi-final as of right now. Obviously, our first semi-final between Gachon University and New York University resulted in Gachon victorious with a clean and tidy 3-0 with their quad DPS team composition. Now we move along to UC Berkeley versus another university whose name is escaping me right now. Dankook University. I knew that off the top of my head. If you're just joining us now, of course, Matt Pixie Carroll. Joining me here is Kevin Averill Walker. And the first match was interesting, to say the least. I wonder if we're going to see more of the same.
It was fast, so I'm going to say that for sure. It was definitely quite a swift victory coming through from Gachon University. Didn't look like NYU were putting too much of a fight up, except for, I would say, Numbani again was the kind of outlier there where NYU started to really get into their groove, maybe find some paths to victory, but ultimately did fall by the wayside. And the opportunity, though, for an NA team to make it through to the grand finals, perhaps for UC Berkeley going up against Dankook University. More players to look out for. We'll be exploring some of these rosters with some potentially familiar names, at least one that hopefully we'll be able to see on stage, or on screen rather, as on stage itself, Dankook should be heading over towards the arena match. You can actually see all 6 of them, and I think there's more than 6 players actually on the roster in total. They'll be joining on stage at some point, as we had a full round of substitution swaps for Gachon University. I wonder if Dankook will be doing something similar.
Yeah, I guess that's the primary question on our minds. Of course, you can see Dankook University there, all arrayed still in the Busan Esports Arena. And as we were kind of saying before the break, obviously, with Gachon through, we're guaranteed to have at least one team sat in this arena for the grand finals. The question is now, will it be an all-Korean grand finals with the 2 teams sitting head-to-head, dead across from one another? If you watch Korean Contenders, you will be familiar with this venue where we, not too long ago, actually saw the Korean Contenders finals also take place in the same area. So for these players on these teams, really be quite a big deal, I would say, to be able to play in that same arena, in those same seats, sat right across from one another.
Notable players on this team, Young Seong, who is a Grandmaster support. Kyungjun is just a general Grandmaster player, and Las Raz as well, who's Grandmaster DPS. The rest of the team is, generally speaking, all Masters plus, so I'm expecting Dankook to be pretty stacked, at least as far as rank is concerned. Although, looking beyond that, I mean, we did also see that from NYU in our last match. They had quite a few GM players, and it did still seem that they were struggling, so maybe rank isn't everything in a competition like this. We'll have to see if that works out for Dankook University the same way that Gachon were able to really get a lot of work done. On the other end for UC Berkeley, yeah, it's like, I believe all GM players outside of their flex support Nomad, who is a master player, so another very highly rated team.
This is, yeah, I mean, yes, all of those things are true and correct. I was trying to see if I could find any amount of information on what we might compositionally expect out of these teams, just because that's still the primary thing on my mind, if I'm perfectly honest. And partially the reason I'm interested in that is, obviously through the lens of coming up against Gachon in the grand finals, I'm curious to see if we actually have a team here that goes for the quad DPS again, and a team that's able to successfully shut it down. That would create a very different grand finals indeed, or indeed is the tournament meta to go for the, the 3-4 DPS lineups. I'll stop talking about team compositions now. Let's talk about something else. How was Dune? Did you enjoy yourself?
I actually was just about to talk about team compositions, because
I've already put an embargo on it. Sorry, I've used up all of the team content talking time.
All zero of it, really. All none of it. As I did a bit of thinking in the break, because you got my mind spinning with the kind of question put into my head of what would the game look like if there were no hero pools, if there was no 2-2-2 role like right now. What would the game kind of look like? And I had to kind of ask myself, would we actually be in a maybe heavy DPS meta? First of all, I think we'd be more of an tank meta, if anything else, just because I think that's where most normal players would head towards. It's definitely where a lot of NA and Western players would head towards. But I look at this game in a sort of fashion where, really, to make a single tank work, fundamentally Ball is the hero that makes the most sense for a solo tank. That might sound weird for probably players in ranked, because They're like, well, yeah, what does Ball do? Ball doesn't really tank. Well, no, you don't really have a tank at all. You just have one very high HP DPS and a bunch of other DPSs apparently, but you can't play Ball in every single map. Ball's going to be Grand Busan, which is going to be our opening map again. But if we get to that map 4, which is that assault map, that's where you're going to be forced to see things change. That's where I think teams are more than likely going to head over towards 2-2-2, if not even, I don't know, triple tank or something, triple support. We can go back to GOATs even, because that's open, and no teams really decide to go towards that right now. And, you know, it's open to the NA teams in particular, who I would have imagined would have been a team that have been far more willing to head towards something like a GOATs comp.
I would expect as much, and I never thought I'd say this, but I would actually quite like to see that. I'm one of the weirdos that likes the GOATs meta and didn't even really get sick of it all the way through to the end. It's not the only reason I'm a weirdo. There's more, but it's not stuff I can talk about on air. And I mean, yeah, you actually make an extremely valid point there. Is like that is the potential answer here. I don't know if these teams are going to go for it though. There seems to be an almost established meta, if you will. Like, it's no accident that both NYU and Gachon both came out onto Control playing specifically quad DPS, but already we are seeing a bit of a difference here. We're seeing a far more standard 2-2-2 out of UC Berkeley. Dan Cook, however, are continuing with that quad DPS, the Wrecking Ball and the Mercy on tank and support.
Let's talk about the play that we have on screen right now. This is kind of what I was teasing. I wanted to wait for everyone to actually get it on screen before I mention it, but yeah. Head Silk Thread Wangs back into action, coming through from UC Berkeley, ex-LA Gladiators and LA Valiant player. So, see if the Overwatch League experience from years back will be helping UC Berkeley today as they're trying to really get through with the standard 2-2-2 comp, but they are falling by the wayside. It should be Dunkirk winning the neutral, unless Silk Thread does have something to say about it.
They nearly managed to get the trade back there. They did get a couple of kills in, but at this rate, unfortunately, Spidey hacked out Peter on the ropes. Will be getting taken out. There's a real arachnoid theme actually going on UC Berkeley, because you got Silk Thread, you got Spidey, and you got Peter, as in Peter Parker. That's what I'm imagining. By the way, on the side of Dankook University, the player whose name you can't read if you don't know how to speak Korean is Vivachi.
And the other one is we've condensed it just down to melon. It's something like melon flavored.
It means
lemon.
It's like melon flavored lemon drink or something.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But we're going to condense that down to melon just for the sake of ease. As UC Berkeley would like to condense Duncan down to less than 6 players, ideally 0 to win some of these fights. Neutral went pretty handily over towards Dunkirk. Opening pulse is a double. That's disgusting.
Absolutely gross, and they were just on the cusp of killing off Young Si-young as well. Ends up completely backfiring on UC Berkeley. I mean, the double kill with the pulse bomb is one thing, but just, you know, the continued tear coming through from TW Plasras, and I mean, UC Berkeley just not finding the way in. At this point, you start going, did they play quad DPS? Is that what needs to happen on Control?
Well, at the same time as well, UC Berkeley have like kind of a weird comp themselves, as they're actually on a triple support. They only have 1 DPS on Silk Thread with this Cassidy as well. They kind of are waiting for this nano boost, which is fairly slow for Nomad. It would have to come through this fight, but 3 players are hacked out.
This is already a pretty rough start for UC Berkeley. I mean, a kill and then 2 with the rocket barrage for TW Plasras before finally getting picked off. There's just no way in for UC Berkeley, and that's with all of these ultimates at their disposal. They're still kind of waiting on maybe something like the sound barrier, like you said, to really give them the staying power to start getting the rest of these ultimates off.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling the Lucio personally. I think maybe that's just a restriction of what UC Berkeley can play in their personal player hero pools, perhaps. It's the only kind of sense I can make out of it. The Yana Brig does make normal sense. This is where you definitely need to see UC Berkeley pull the trigger on these ultimates. These are still the first round of ultimates that UC Berkeley have had.
Oh, are you kidding me? 3 with the pulse bomb from Vivachi. And that was Silk Thread already channeling the Deadeye, an ultimate that could have otherwise been devastating for Dan Cook, but instead a triple kill with the pulse bombers effectively ended the fight before it even has a chance to begin. Kwani is going to do his darndest, trying to stall out the point, but not manually hacked out and absolutely demolished. Spidey may yet get on here with that sound barrier that's taken the whole rounds to charge up, but it's only really able to get on top of him and Realm. It's certainly making them both very hard to kill, but it's not really doing much in terms of killing power. Other members of Dankook University here, and that will be Dankook completing the 100-0 lockout.
It was more, you know, almost a spawn camp from Dankook. The only thing they were missing was kind of touching the spawn gates themselves. I mean, you obviously don't have to do that. You're just holding the chokes, but it was hard for UC Berkeley to even leave the sort of choke areas around their spawn to get into the openness of the point itself or anywhere surrounding the point. UC Berkeley didn't even really get a chance to use their ultimates. I mean, you saw they had pretty much 6 ultimates at the end of the fight at the 90% mark for Dunkirk. No one had really even begun to expand ultimates outside of Silk Thread, who had his Deadeye summarily cancelled by the fact that a triple pulse bomb was landed by Vivace, who then also landed 2 extra kills on players close by to Silk Thread. So a lot of improvement required to have a UC Berkeley to get anything on board, because yeah, that was 100-0.
And really not a promising start to things. It'll now be very well, I mean, it's already fresh in the mind for one thing. Gachon sort of delivering to NYU, UC Berkeley. You know, American pride is on the line, if I dare say so, and as it happens, Silk Thread, the Patriot happy to stand up. He does get the opening kill and immediately gets raised, and he's not quite able to get the angle on the Mercy there, unfortunately, as Nomad now under pressure. Silk Thread as well having to back away as Nomad does go down to that self-same resurrected Farah. UC Berkeley already 1 man down, and Dan Cook hovering around that point should be able to secure it when it starts unlocking.
You see that Silk Thread is really trying to focus down Lazarus, but it's not going to happen if Ruel is going to be pocketing Lazarus the entire way through. Silk Thread will still manage to get to the end of the day, and UC Berkeley, despite giving up the point, are at least trading frags. They have the staying power, though, to actually get on the point, because their only DPS is once again down.
Yeah, not the most promising of situations, unfortunately. In UC Berkeley, they're struggling to keep their head above water at this point. They do get a solid kill through here onto our good friend Melon. Not to be confused with Lemon, as that in the name too. But that's beside the point. It's traded for Realm anyway, and UC Berkeley don't exactly have the manpower to really get presence on this point, as Kalani takes a jump off the edge and gets shot in the back by the Helix rockets on the way out.
UC Berkeley, they are starting to have some ultimates come online now, but they can't quite get 6 players together. They're having a lot of staggered deaths here as well. They need a full reset, come through with a Deadeye. Ideally, it doesn't get cancelled by anything. There's no pulse bomb from Dunkirk this time to stop it, so that's good news. And once more, you enter the discussion of nothing really stops the Deadeye. You certainly can't mitigate the damage. You would have to hide away. Unless you were to kill Silk Thread, or you were going to manually hack him or get an EMP, it's simply not going to be prevented at all.
Now with the rally running. Also the nano boost onto Kwani, but Kwani's not exactly able to get into the mix of things. Now the EMP out, only catches 2, but it's a high impact 2, and you see Yeonjun over the side just peppering damage on with the TAC visor. It's a 2-for-1 favoring Dan Cook. Still UC Berkeley, they have not used that sound barrier. They pick up 2 with the self-destruct. That may just rescue them. And a very late sound barrier in the fight. They're wanting to secure this fight while they have an opportunity to do so. Don't want to risk it slipping through their fingers. They will be able to get control of the point.
Well, Spidey will get a double kill there. 2 on the boop, so that's going to give UC Berkeley, like you mentioned, the point, and it took them a while to start spending those ultimates. Silk Thread didn't even get a chance to channel the Deadeyes. Instantly swapped over towards the Tracer instead. So UC Berkeley going to kind of shift slightly towards the dive itself. Flame will still available. Kawani doesn't pop it. That will be a mistake for sure. I don't believe he was hacked out either, so just failed to use the ultimate.
And that's going to be really costly for UC Berkeley now, as Dan Cook just right back into it with that rocket barrage. Immediately picks up 2 before going down. You'll take the trade. You do the math on that one. Silk Thread barely Slake now alive. They do get the eat on the pulse bomb, but it's all for now, unfortunately, as Dan Cook continue to collect the kills, even with the loss of Ruel on the Mercy. Actually, they do lose another here, but Kawani down. Was able to get the Primal Rage off this time around. It's man advantage for Dan Cook. Not quite the full cap just yet. There's another opportunity here for UC Berkeley still.
Will unfortunately be the Primal Rage when the team's already engaged without a main tank, and at this point UC Berkeley, okay, Kawani's going to shift over towards the ball instead. Still triple support though, so they got the healing, but I think they lack the damage. They would need Silk Thread to pop up there. They would need a nano boost to be placed on, I don't even know who. It'd probably have to be Realm or Peter, or just perhaps even Silk Thread as your only DPS, but not great targets nonetheless.
That's a really nice EMP as well, just to keep them on top of this despite that early loss. That being said, another kill coming on through now as Melon's down. Silk Thread receiving the nano boost, just looking to go on as much of a tear as he can. Has the pulse bomb as well, trying to get the rundown here on the Wrecking Ball. Will be able to find it. The cap coming over as well, so UC Berkeley actually keeping their hopes alive ever so slightly.
Silk Thread doing a decent amount of damage. Can't quite take use of the damage mitigation as well as a tank player would. Overwatch will slightly not be able to get Spidey, who managed to get away. Sound Baron now lands with the 4, saving Realm as well, who gets hacked.
This is already UC Berkeley staying on top of it just a little bit. It's a little bit by a thread, though, I dare say. A silk thread, shall we say. Dan Cook saw that explosivity of that many DPSs. Nope, for once, Lazarus does not get any kills. The Rocket Barrage even goes down. They do get that res off onto Melon, but more kills coming on through. Now UC Berkeley are actually really threatening to cap out.
Now, Dunkirk now have to be the ones to kind of slow things down, but they also kind of falter because the point has to be aggressed upon. 95% and counting up. The Tag 5 needs to get more work done than this, but that's what the Diva's there for. Peter's just shut it down.
Yeah, we're really seeing that come into its own, and they're just not able to mobilize to the point. That is the downside of it. They can't dive in that same way that the tank can. Just get melted before they arrive. So UC Berkeley, it's the first time we've actually seen these NA teams. Actually, it's not quite fair to say that the first time we see the NA teams score a point against the Korean teams, because obviously NYU did get to the end of Nambani, but first time we're seeing the NA team in serious contention for taking the map.
I mean, you give it to them. They actually won downtown. That's a dub in my book. They would have to get one more to claim the map. Busan is head over towards Sanctuary now, a lot more open. Silk Thread not even going to bother playing, Soldier or Cassidy or anything else. We're going to start straight away on the Tracer, play what worked on that last map. The only issue I still have is the fact that Spidey the Lucio is not going to have as much success on this map getting poop kills. There just isn't those environmentals, and maybe if players are playing really close to the coast, but I don't suspect that will be a normal thing.
This is now a much better start for UC Berkeley. Early open onto Youngjun. 2 kills immediately go back the way of Dunkirk, though. And again, it's just that explosive threat. It's always there. The DPSs, when there's so many of them, could just frag out. Enough of them all at once is going to put you on the ropes. That being said, UC Berkeley, they're keeping it in a big way. The D-Mech quite coming through, actually. It's manual hack now onto Peters. They managed to pick up a kill over onto Vivace. Getting the kill on the Wrecking Ball as well. UC Berkeley actually poised to get the opening cap here. That's very big. They're starting to really look more and more comfortable. As I say that, though, Lazarus picking up 2 with the Rocket Barrage before going down, leaves UC Berkeley a little threadbare on the points.
Now, Peter not quite getting into action there with the defensive matrix to shut down Lazarus, so Lazarus will get that off and make things competitive for Dunkirk University, who at this point are starting to come back in. Pulse Bomb at the ready. Vivace got a triple kill on Mecha Base, and would love to find something similar to that again. We'll just need to outplay Peter. It has done so.
Ooh, Silk Thread going down. A little bit rough there. Had the Pulse Bomb as well. Speaking of Pulse Bombs, the mech on Peter, thanks to Vivace's Pulse Bomb, and this is a good opener, much better opener for Dunkirk now as they pick up Peter as well. Now dropping Spidey. With that, they should be able to clean off the rest of UC Berkeley and get on top of this point.
Well, that's the other thing about playing Fire as well, is that Sanctuary's quite open for it. I would say it's reasonably open for a Fire to play in, or viable for a Fire. I mean, well, not in a normal meta when most teams would be playing an Ashe here, the Fire probably wouldn't be ideal, but here where Silk Thread's kind of shifted away from hard hit scan altogether, it is extremely safe. And what kind of raised my curiosity as well is that the fact that they won with this Fire even on Mecha Base, which is very limited airspace for Lazarus to play through, and Lazarus at this point has probably been one of the bigger problems for UC Berkeley to deal with.
Self-destruct from Peter. It's maybe just a little bit of room to work with. They got that rally running as well very nicely. Silk Thread in a little bit of trouble, but is able to stay alive as the minefield does pick up a kill already. Now Young Si-Young all around the point, just trying to stay alive, not able to put a whole lot of pressure out right now. Silk Thread really starting to get back onto it. Res coming through is nice, but Ruel does trade his own life for it in effect, so love to see Lazarus get a lot of kills out. I don't think he's going to be able to this time around. That should be the flip coming back way of UC Berkeley.
Now, Silk Thread is really doing a lot in this fight as well. I mean, you can see that he definitely is the main carrier of this team. When you're the only DPS on the entire team, you're hoping it is someone like Silk Thread, who does have that Alex Prince, who is a top player, and UC Berkeley will get that flip, and this is a much closer game. And we started out at Mecha Base where it wasn't looking close at all. It seemed like UC Berkeley were a little bit lost, but as we're heading through onto the rest of Busan, it's looking more and more favorable for UC Berkeley, who at this point have the ults available. They're just going to shut down Lazarus. Again, it'll come down to Peter, who has that defense matrix. Diva's #1 job will be to mark Lazarus as much as possible.
There we go, the Rocket Barrage just beautifully marked by Peter. Runs it straight back into him, so easy pick up there. Kill onto Ruel as well, so no res available, and the lack of healing as well. This is UC Berkeley looking far more comfortable now. Around the bend of 80%.
Yeah, preventing himself from getting hacked also. So UC Berkeley holding on very comfortably. 3 ultimates available, sound barrier to counter the EMP as well. Don Jr. is heading over towards the Echo, so double flyer compositions. They're thinking, well, I mean, they just got nothing to deal with flyers outside of 1 D, but maybe with 2 flyers, that's going to have his work cut out for him. Self-destruct is going to go in the air and it will miss.
A little bit of an unfortunate one. That sound barrier available, as you say, and the kill onto Vivaci's. That's a 1-for-1 so far, losing Nomad's a little bit tough. Oh, that's unfortunate. Going to be absolutely no rally coming out, but the damage is still coming through anyway out of Silk Thread, who's really on top of it. The sound barrier to respond to the EMP, but just not in time. The net effect of it, unfortunately, is UC Berkeley. I mean, they'll stay alive, they'll get the kill. Silk Thread does go down to the wire in the end in a very peculiar kind of way.
UC Berkeley is going to take it up. Map number 1, that's going to be the first North American victory here in our US versus Korea Collegiate Virtual College Esports Tournament, rather, I should say. And honestly, the improvement that you could see from UC Berkeley as we headed through Busan was, you know, quite open. It was very well known. And the fact that you saw the change up from Silk Thread to move from hard to scan onto Tracer, the carry potential there to kind of, you know, put the DPS up against the DPS. Then the next equation they had to solve was really how do you shut down Lazarus in the sky. If you can do that, really there's not much else left to deal with on the side of Dunkirk University. And despite Silk Thread going down the last fight, the sound barrier still saved 3 other players, including Peter, who was, I think, was on 1 HP there. They had the player advantage, they had their massive health advantage, and Dunkirk couldn't secure any more kills after Silk Thread. That's going to be the end of the map, and that's going to be the end of Sanctuary, with UC Berkeley now taking the lead.
And definitely holding the American flame high, shall we say. Or the torch high? I can't remember how the saying actually goes. I'm just picturing the Statue of Liberty, even though that's on the opposite coast of the United States. Point being, we already have Gachon up in the grand finals. And I think just about everyone watching, aside from maybe the diehard Korean fans, will be wanting to see that international final. They'll want to see an NA versus Korea finals, and as it stands, UC Berkeley, well, they've made the first of many steps to that point with that first map pickup. We're also starting to see that quad DPS not quite be as dynamite successful as it was in that first series. And indeed, the counter, or I say counter, I would say the counter has been, you know, the 3 support 1 DPS lineup, but I really think the answer is the counter has been have Silk Thread on your team.
Well, I think more so the counter is your D.Va needs to be doing their job effectively in terms of mitigating as much of the DPS pressure as possible. I mean, a single D.Va can kind of nullify a lot on the other team, especially if they really want to run it far. And okay, well, you're not going to be running hard hit scan anymore. But Peter, towards the end there, kind of made sure that Lazarus wasn't going to get good rocket barrages. And beyond that as well, we've seen Silk Thread shut down Lazarus as well, even despite being on the Tracer. And in terms of player quality here, Silk Thread is looking like the best player overall among the 12 in the server. So if you are, again, going to have 1 DPS in your team, it better be someone like Silk Thread, because otherwise you probably should be running 2 DPS instead. I'm still not entirely convinced that the triple support is, to be honest, good, which is even more surprising because
yeah,
on paper, that comp from UC Berkeley probably shouldn't be winning versus quad DPS. But hey, if you can keep Silk Thread alive, if your damage output is reasonable and your D.Va, your flex tank is able to have some damage mitigation in there, I mean, I can see it working out. I can see it actually having some value.
I can see it having some value, yes. I'd love to see how far this whole thing goes, really. And I mean, in the last match, as soon as we moved off the opening control, as soon as we moved on to Numbani for the second map, we started to see deviations from the team comps anyway, so I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if we see UC Berkeley go towards a more traditional 2-2-2. They are already closer to it, and having that extra tank, especially on the attacking half, I think having the extra DPS, rather, on the attacking half will be important.
So we'll see if anything changes now for Numbani, our second map, and, you know, possibly Junkertown will be our third again. Still don't know what number 4 and number 5 is going to look like at this stage, and if the game gets close, maybe we will see that because Dunkirk University absolutely have the capability of taking out a map. I'd be a little bit surprised if we were back-to-back 3-0. I mean, I wouldn't be super surprised, but these two teams feel a lot more closer in skill level than what we had in our opening matchup, so a bit more back-and-forth action will be quite welcome in the semi-final.
As we move in towards Numbani now, there was, of course, the map that NYU came the closest on. Say closest in that it did go to the time bank. They got the full cap out, and we're already seeing at least both teams hovering over the same thing. You have UC Berkeley there on the defense.
It's pretty much literally
that
the same
single
comp.
DPS.
Kawani now on the Winston back again. Kawani was a little bit playing a bit of ball on Busan, especially, I mean, you definitely want to be playing ball on Sanctuary. That is football's better maps. They've scouted out the fact that Lazarus is back over towards the far, although I'm sure that your UC Berkeley, you could have definitely have suspected that Nomad's been conked onto the ground, which is not a great start for UC Berkeley in terms of position, but they do have a kill.
It's a decent start, all things considered. And with only the one DPS, you know, they need to be getting the extra pressure, this extra kill pressure indeed out of these tanks. So credit where it's due, the coordination there between Peter and Kawani to be getting those dives successfully off. Now Lazarus under pressure ever so slightly from Peter, who is hacked out in full retreat, but has 3 supports to back up into. Kawani, on the other hand, may not be so lucky. No, he's going to be able to get back as well and start getting healed up.
I have to imagine if you're 3 supports, the healing better be that good, and I mean, it has to be. Your tank should ideally not be going down at all. The Silk Thread not paying attention to Lazarus was heavily going towards Rael, but dies, still gets the kill to Rael via Kawani instead, and that should slow down Dunkirk because that's their only support.
It's a little bit of a tough break, Dunkirk. I mean, they're up a tree without a ladder right now. Any damage that lands will stick, but UC Berkeley, until Silk Thread's back, don't have the greatest amount of damage output. That's why you're seeing this kind of standoff they're in right now, where Dunkirk isn't quite making the ground they want. UC Berkeley isn't quite getting the kills they want, and here we go, another one coming through. Trade is there onto Lazarus, as now finding the damage coming out as Peter has managed to separate up a couple of members. They've yet to collect that third, having to scatter away from the point as well now. Kill onto Young C. Young. This is looking like UC Berkeley starting to stabilize the defense again.
Spider getting another final blow here as well. I mean, that's kind of assisting in that dive pressure. Usually you'd imagine it would be Silk Thread, Kawani, and Beta, but at this point it's, you know, the 2 tanks diving in with the support from the Lucio actually getting that extra damage. Silk Thread will go down over Vivace, and that is going to be the opening for Lazarus to maybe lock in a Rocket Barrage at some stage.
You'd certainly like to think so. It won't be too much time until he's back. There we go, 1 Rocket Barrage, and this is ideal target as well that managed to finish off Peter, who obviously wasn't in the mech like he said, and get the kill onto Nomads. This should be Dunkirk able to get that pick up. Silk Thread has come back and swinging, make no mistake, with the kill onto Lazarus, but we need a hell of a lot more than that with the help of Guano as well. Good corner trap there onto Melon. Is going to be an extra kill picked up. We'll see if they can maybe collect a little bit more as he's trying to keep the pressure onto Ruel. Don't know if it's quite going to be enough to get the kills, but it has forced Dunkirk away from the point. They had to respect the Primal Raging Winston, and again, UC Berkeley can stabilize this defense.
And for the long range hitting from Brown as well, just keeping Kawani alive. Brown is going to go down before the rally is available, and that's going to maybe spell trouble for Kawani, who needs a lot of pocketing at this stage. The bubble's available, but Lazarus just dives in.
Oh, good sleep, but is it going to be enough time for them to stabilize? Maybe just as they get the pickup here. Peter does get demacked, but may be able to stay alive even in the absence of staying alive here. This is still a decent position. Silk Thread with the extra Bionade to come through is going to be able to pick up another kill. Just trying to keep the pressure on. Hard target to kill here in Young C. Young, but he's able to do it and immediately turn around and pick up Melon. So just that stop valve on the pressure here. The release of it all as UC Berkeley again just barely keeping their head above water right now.
And 40 seconds remaining. I mean, you could definitely see a full hold coming on through. Dunkirk can get a lot of ultimates still in these last now 30 or so seconds. Very favored for the defense. The rest of the rally arm is still there for now as Dunkirk are thinking about waiting that out. Can't afford to wait too long. Cap is nearly there. They just need that single tech.
It's looking like a decent situation now. UC Berkeley just keeping it on the defense. Good early kill onto Ruel. That is a huge blow to be dealt, and the pulse bomb goes wide from Vivace as well. That's a great kill. The soldier not going to be able to get the tac visor off, and another one collected up quick as you like. Only a couple of seconds left on the clock. No trades coming through for Dunkirk. Could be a last desperate push for the few members left around here, but Lazarus tries to go for the Rocket Barrage, knows that he's not going to be able to get close to the point beforehand, but unable to even take one down with him. That's going to be a hold from UC Berkeley.
Absolutely, and you know, they'll play to the closer respawns there as well, the greater sustainability with the triple supports. Kwani barely going down. I think that's been a bit of a struggle from Dunkirk because they're dealing with the main tank, if anything. And sure, okay, Silk Thread is doing most of the damage and cleaning up most of the kills, and they would love to get Silk Thread down, but they can't really cap and they can't really have effective trades if the counter die from UC Berkeley is successful. And you are seeing Kwani and Peter, and for the most part as well, Spidey and the Lucio kind of joining the fray. Every single time Dunkirk want to make an aggressive move, UC Berkeley are trading that backline. If they can continue pressure specifically onto Rel, who's playing the Mercy, getting rid of the single healer for Dunkirk completely guts their offensive, or completely guts what will now be potentially their defensive battle, as they have to play for a fuller hold with something greater than 78.5%. UC Berkeley, decent teamwork all around, assisting Silk Thread, owning, keeping him alive, getting the kill on Yeonjun as well, and playing to the strengths of what UC Berkeley have been winning off of, which has been a lot of good counter dive plus Silk Thread.
Gonna be a tough defense ahead of them here, Dunkirk. Starting to look more and more like they may be just a little bit outclassed, and that, as well as we're kind of talking about, is the tank lineup of UC Berkeley. We're seeing a little bit more of the slick coordination between the two that we're used to seeing in tank lineups, and the double dive tank as well. It's a good lock on them. I'll say now, I'll say at least that, and we're seeing that reflected in the kills as well. They're able to apply a significant amount of pressure to these squishy members, kind of take some load of Silk Thread. Speaking of which, out on McCree, we'll need to have a lot of guarding on him. You already see Vivace sitting up around the side to try and find him.
Change the name of that burger from John McCree to the McCassidy this time around, as Kwani is hopefully the first target taking care of this UC Berkeley. Trying to set up on that top left side, which is pretty standard. I think they could play for a little bit more poke if they wanted to. I mean, I suppose they do want to poke from that top angle. Dunkirk University under pressure on the cap straight away, though. Young Seong in particular quite low.
And I've been practicing it in the mirror. Still failed to say Cassidy when the time came. Just buckled under pressure right there. the habit kicked in, the reflex.
Couldn't quite get it out there.
Just, yeah, literally one job, right? So, who am I kidding? I've got like 8 jobs. This is just one of them. Dunkirk University holding fast to the defense for now, but obviously only that one cap out really needed. It's more than just the one tick, at least, for Dunkirk. There's more of a margin of safety, but already 1.5 minutes gone from the clock.
UC Berkeley have slowed down quite significantly as well. What they learned and what they rather gathered out of that 240 that they spent is Nomad will have a nano available, which must be used here. It has to go into Kwani, opens up the plate. Silk Thread obviously back over towards the Tracer. Again, you don't need to see anything different from UC Berkeley. Play what has worked. Keep going onto the Tracer. It's a boost here, which is, I'm going to say 100% a mistake. It'll be unfortunate.
But I'd love to see them make it work somehow. But yes, you would have rather had that go into Kwani, who is unfortunately already dead. They have, however, got the kill back the other way on Melon, losing the back on Peter as well. Those mines really pulling their weight, essentially eliminating both tanks from the mix here. Peter going down to a mine as well at 90% towards remeching as it was. And Dunkirk collecting the rest of the kills. Not even a third kicked up for UC Berkeley here. They are struggling to make headway.
I think we realize how the Resurrection cancelled, but it doesn't seem to have made a difference anyway. Dunkirk still getting managed to get the frags. Minefield coming in clutch for the most part. They are hunting down Spidey by the looks of it, who is very far in the back line and doesn't respect the fact that Alan has that his own Cassidy out into play with the flashbang to just clean that kill up, and UC Berkeley instantly down one. They need as many ultimates as they can in this last minute.
And this is now the make or break situation. It'd actually be a loss, not a draw, because of those ticks accrued there. So, despite the good defense from UC Berkeley, it could come to naught, but they have managed to force Dunkirk away. That's 2 kills picked up. They do lose Peter. A little bit of an unfortunate one, but they've got the pressure, and they've got Silk Thread into the mix as well. Look at that. The kills coming through quick as you like. Pulse Bomb, it doesn't get kills, but it separates out some members who are now absolute sitting ducks, or indeed sitting angels. And with that, UC Berkeley all the way down to the last fight there, but they do still get it over the line. Now themselves 2-0 up on that match point, and on an absolute march towards having the proper international grand final that we've been talking about.
Still a close map, and you give them that. Dunk, who played as best as they could, and they made it competitive. It got down to the wire there. It was absolutely capable and defendable in both sides. But UC Berkeley have now a 2-0. They have the match point secured. And potentially, again, we're not going to see that fourth map. This could just end on our third map, which might indeed still be Junkertown.
Yeah, may be the case. Indeed. A solid opening in this particular semi-finals, and we're continuing the, I don't want to say bizarre team compositions. They're certainly offbeat, certainly off meta, but at the same time, there's some amount of rationale behind them. I think rationale that's more tied to who is available to play what. But what we are majorly seeing here is that quad DPS is just not working against UC Berkeley, and that's maybe something Gachon are going to need to keep an eye on. If UC Berkeley can pick up that third map, if they can punch their ticket to that grand finals, then I mean the question really becomes: can Gachon do this composition better than Dan Cook could? And if the answer is no, if the answer is that UC Berkeley's way of playing this particular team comp, their execution is better than the quad DPS team composition that these Korean teams have both gone for, then I dare say Gachon might not have much of a hope ahead of them. We'll have to see. I mean, that's even if we get to that point. There is still a world where we have the full Korea versus Korea. We have both teams going hard on the quad DPS. All of that coming up just after this break.
A United States education is your gateway
to a great American campus experience,
to study in a country of innovators and entrepreneurs,
to use your curiosity wisely,
to take on challenges,
to think differently,
To have endless opportunities,
to hear new perspectives,
to navigate cultural differences,
To pursue your passions,
to gain real-world experiences,
to learn skills for a changing job market,
to put theory into practice,
to become the kind of professional you want to be,
to thrive in your career,
to give back to your community and to the world,
to be the kind of person that you wouldn't have dreamed to be otherwise.
come study.
come study,
Come study.
Come study in the United States.
전 세계의 과학적 문화적 성과와 새로운 미래상을 보여줄 경제문화 올림픽 2030 부산 세계박람회. 부산은 세계박람회를 통해 명실상부한 월드시티로 비상할 것입니다. 전 세계는 최빈국에서 선진국으로 도약한 대한민국에 주목하고 있으며 K-팝을 시작으로 다양한 문화 콘텐츠와 신기술을 선도해 나가는 21세기 르네상스가 한국에서 꽃피고 있습니다. 대한민국의 과거와 현재 그리고 미래를 담은 도시 부산에서 더 나은 미래를 향한 항해와 대전환을 꿈꾸고 있습니다. 여러분의 응원으로 2030 부산 세계박람회가 대한민국 부산으로 확정될 것입니다.
And welcome back once again. Thank you for sticking with us through the break. A little bit of musical entertainment for you in the interim there. And we are 2-0 up UC Berkeley versus Dankook University. We'll have to see if that trend continues. We saw a 3-0 in our first semi-final, where we have Gachon already waiting in that grand final and getting closer and closer now to having that NA versus Korea grand final.
Certainly a more competitive game as far as the two teams are concerned, but scoreline still reads 2-0 currently. So if you're just looking at scores alone, it looks one-sided. Although you could argue Numbani was, if you again look at scores alone, feels pretty one-sided, right? Because it was a full hold that we didn't go to point B or C there. But even on that 8 cap only, there was a fair chance that Dankook still could have taken it out. It wasn't a clean sweep, dare I say, from the side of UC Berkeley, but they got the match point now. They got that secured there on their pathway to potentially heading to that grand finals versus Gachon University, and only one map away from getting there. You need to see some more heroics coming through from Silkgrid in our following map as well, or potentially maps, as if we do go to a Junkertown sniper heavy, looking towards Dunkirk University, pulling up multiple snipers. You look at the Widow, you look at Hanzo, that's definitely the expectation. That's going to put a lot of pressure onto UC Berkeley if they can't match that on their own end.
Exactly, and I mean, they're running the single DPS in the form of Silk Threads. That leaves just the one sniper, really. I don't believe people who say that Ana counts as a sniper. I don't believe anyone above gold rank ever says that. At any rate, we are indeed going to Junkertown. That is the order of the day. And as you're saying, you know, the sniper question is now one that must be addressed.
And can be addressed through, you know, having dive tanks be played with Silk Thread back on the Tracer, which to me would be an expectation. They attempted to take Silk Thread off the Tracer, didn't go well for them. As soon as they put him back on the Tracer, things are looking much better for the squad. I think that has to be the game plan for UC Berkeley. Stick to what is working and try and reinvent the wheel here. For teams like this, which are probably not as organized as, you know, where contenders teams and tier 2 teams would normally be at, you need to just be playing what works. You need to be playing what people are good at and what is bringing you success. And until that breaks, don't change anything at all. But you do have to adapt to how Dunkirk University are going to be playing this opening defense, where obviously the double sniper is instantly going to come in through. And beyond that, we're actually going to add on a second support. And that's something I talked about in our previous matchup, where you don't necessarily have to go for the solo support. I think getting a double where Zenyatta could be really strong as well if you really wanted the extra damage output. And Discord is going to help your snipers secure those kills much easier.
Yeah, in a big way. And already the gates open for UC Berkeley on the attack. That double sniper there. Still the triple support. Silk Thread just sticking to the Tracer. Gonna have a lot of work cut out for him.
Just need to focus on payload progression first if possible, then the dive into the backline. They've pretty successfully done that into Vivachi.
It's a good start. Spidey and Kwani both staying alive here as well, so the pressure on. Silk Thread just kind of playing opportunistically, ready to dive in for any of these opportunities that the tanks create for him on a long wraparound play as well. And you see Realm trying to chase down Youngster Young. They are going to be able to get him collapsed in upon by Peter. Very nicely done. UC Berkeley over onto a triple tank. Actually, Realm made a swap over, so it seems to be the go for them now.
Vivachi as well is going to be the target furthermore. As Plazras is falling, Dunkirk can't catch a break. Silk Thread dominating.
Yeah, manages to pick up a couple of quick ones, and now the deep dive in onto these fleeing members. Meanwhile, the cart just being camped on to secure that cap. Peter will get barely demech'd very late in the day there, but may yet actually be able to survive and back away. Obviously, remeching is a bit of a slow affair. Do lose Kwani here, so there's a real possibility that Peter does not get back safely. Indeed, yeah, we'll finally get found out by Yeonjun.
Well, the cap has already come through, so Dunkirk finally picking up some kills. That's going to allow them to have good defensible positions on towards B, but B is exactly where we are. So we're going to see the rest of Junkertown that we missed out on our first semi-final. Some rockets coming through from Melon, who has the tank visor available now. Also, Plazras on his own tracks to try and at least match and mark Silk Thread, something they weren't able to do on their initial defense.
Oh, that's so huge. Talking about Mark Silk Thread just casually tosses the pulse bomb in, picks up 2, including the Zenyatta. Just alleviates that extra bit of sniper pressure that you were talking about with that all of Discord. And now UC Berkeley, once again, just absolutely no trouble here, picking up frag after frag after frag. The extra forward pressure they're getting from all 3 of these tanks combined with Silk Thread is offsetting these snipers. That's huge from Plazraz, by the way, but he dies to his own pulse bomb anyway, so it's actually still a man and position advantage to UC Berkeley.
It's technically 4 kills there because you killed yourself. No, but you did get the mech and you got 2 frags and support. That's pretty huge and gives Dunkirk opportunity to maybe turn things around. UC Berkeley forced to use extra ultimates as they're waiting for Spider to come back in. Sound barrier would have been great there for Kwani and keeping UC Berkeley into play.
Young Se-young coming back on the hog here as well immediately makes his presence felt there, but I mean, he's still a bit of an easy target to kill, unfortunately. And you see that presented right there as Silk Thread just kind of handily stares him down and finishes him off. Doesn't quite get the connect on the pulse bomb to follow up, but even so, UC Berkeley not losing too much positioning here. And we'll be able to get the respawn of Kwani in. Should just get underway once again with the sound barrier.
They let Silk Thread through, though. It's through some of the backline. What they need is Plazras to really mark him on the backside with the Harmony Orb. The support ultimates coming through with UC Berkeley now, and Silk Thread is once again unleashed.
And part of that was Vivace was kind of separated out from Yeonjun, who ends up being a sitting duck on the back. Silktrade picks him off. Now comes back into the main chunk of the fight, finds Lazraz, should be able to finish off Young Si Young here without any issue. You see Berkeley, like I said, straight back into it. Very clean commit between the self-destruct and the sound barrier. They knew they were plenty healthy. They create a favorable position as they kind of scatter down Cook, and they're going to be able to clean up all of those kills, even getting some good late ones here after the cap has already gone through.
And they're allowing Silkwood to get away with far too much here. I think Dunkirk had the right idea with running their own Tracer. However, as I mentioned, that Tracer with Lazarus has to be the person marking Silkwood at all times. And the fact that you did previously have a Zenyatta should give you a Tracer an advantage in that 1v1. As Vivace was thinking about going over towards the Bat, understands that Bat probably doesn't have enough synergy with the team. And finally, with the combination that you see in the kill feed as Lazarus, with support from the Zen of Vivace, they'll get Silkwood down.
And that's really what it takes. Even fighting another one onto Nomad, actually. The traders there onto Young Si Young, though. And, I mean, this Roadhog has such a hard time staying alive. The only support they've really got in the mix now is just the Brigida. Going ahead and picking up a Reaper. They're valuing the tank killing here with UC Berkeley running the triple tank.
I mean, I can see that on some regard, but I don't think the tanks at UC Berkeley have been the biggest problem for them.
Exactly.
All right, well, Lazarus will take down Silkwood to another Tracer versus Tracer frag in favor of Dunkirk, and wish the whole hog to push back UC Berkeley despite having 6 ultimates. They are committed to the primal.
Yeah, which I don't disagree with. You know, it could potentially create a lot of opportunities for the rest of the team, but they will lose Realm here. Sound barrier as well being committed. This is a very disjointed commitment from UC Berkeley. It feels like they're not really in position to actually get these kills, really. Meteor Striker to come in, but Silktrade not quite able to confirm the damage quickly enough before Yeonjun at least takes one out for dying, and Dunkirk will be able to beat back the tide.
That's just a weird line of play from UC Berkeley, where 6 ultimates is just now down to 2. They lost Silkthread at the start of the fight, Kwani Primals anyway, possibly miscommunication or even lack of awareness as to what was happening on the team. If your main DPS is gone in that fight, I think committing the rest of tank ultimates will not buy you enough to actually win that fight anymore. And they just keep piling on support ultimates as well, not really helping them out. As Kwani heads over towards Hog, they do get real on the Mercy though.
Decent start, but just sort of unraveled as quickly as it began. There's a trade back though as they pick up Vivace. That maybe keeps them in it here. They need to get the pressure on. They need to maintain it rather. Pulse Bomb kind of tossed out. Lazarus on the wrong side of it. Silktrade gets the finish off, but traded again for Spidey. This has been cart movement though. There is some kind of gain from it, and as UC Berkeley come in to fully respawn, should be able to get a more favorable fight this time around.
Hog's available, but again, Peter can really just mitigate all of that and stop it with a great defensive matrix, which comes on through anyway. Vivace just has Death Blossom summarily shut down straight away. UC Berkeley have to get past 2 ultimates as Young Si Young's in trouble as well as Rule goes down also.
Yeah, this is disastrous. Lazarus gets picked off. Nomad is dead in a counter trade, but not a particularly effective one. And that's essentially a full wipe on Dunkirk. Technically, Vivace's alive, but only because he died early on, very early on, in fact, in the fight with that ineffectual Death Blossom. They will have another rack of respawns. They'll be able to scrap out on the cart, but UC Berkeley have such a favorable position. One good Pulse Bomb from Silktrade will shut the door on it altogether. Even before that, Kwani's going to pick up a kill on Vivace. And now Silktrade just eyeing up the opportunity for the Pulse Bomb, trying to keep the damage on. A critical whole hog headshot onto Ruel to dispatch of him. They don't even need the Pulse Bomb in all of this. The rest of UC Berkeley are on such a tear, keeping Dunkirk at bay as they come out of those base gates. 52 seconds still remaining on the clock. And that's only going to be relevant if Dunkirk even get far enough as C's.
And it feels dominant. This map feels a lot more dominant than the others that we've seen, and that's even in regards to the fact that Barney was a full hold. I mean, hey, this one could be a full hold too. If this one is a full hold, I would say that absolutely Junkertown's been the best map for UC Berkeley today. Busan has been the most competitive one that went to all 3 rounds, including Dunkirk taking out Mecha Base. And now Dunkirk seemingly once again on the back foot. Started to take some control back over on B, a little bit on C as well. UC Berkeley making some mistakes, not quite playing their ultimates to maximum value. Missed timings there a little bit. Silkthread started to get shut down by Lazarus, which wasn't happening at all earlier in, well, both the map and the series. UC Berkeley going to be changing things up slightly by playing now what is a Ball Sigma comp realm, staying on that ball, and Kwani going the first time that we're seeing in the series and first time so far in the tournament, somebody actually playing a Sigma.
somebody actually playing a Sigma. And
But
here
no
I
worse,
was
though.
thinking we could go the entire time without seeing his toes. And alas, I was wrong.
I think they would do better if round was maybe on an Orisa. I think the D.Va's really good here. And that would kind of make sense in this comp. And I honestly, triple tank with double support is just a stronger variation of playing triple support with 2 tanks, at least in my opinion here. Dunkirk sticking to their guns for the opening section of A, where snipers are going to be really good. They'll at least have the 1 sniper.
They were actually hovering a double tank briefly. They had, I believe, Don June hovering over... Oh, they at least had someone hovering over a Roadhog as well, but... At any rate, UC Berkeley, just a quick and very effective dive. Just going to keep Dunkirk at bay. They really want to prevent those snipers from setting up, and yeah, Vivace feels the pressure, immediately makes the swap over onto Cassidy. They do lose Nomad on the back line, and Realm now manually hacked out as well. Lazraz happy to find those targets. That is, of course, the that little bit of lack of the long-range hit scan. Silk Thread's kind of your only real option for killing that Pharah. I mean, you have Peter as well in all fairness, but he's got a lot of other jobs to do. Has to wear many hats. Dunkirk are underway.
I mean, really, Kawani should be able to alleviate a lot of that pressure from Peter in terms of having a double off tank here. And the more I actually think about it, I'm not too sure the Sigma makes sense in this comp anymore, because usually you would want a Sigma providing a shield to your sniper, but you don't have one. And part of the success that Dunkirk had on Busan was off the back of a Pharah. So Lazarus going back onto that is potentially going to cause issues. They have to keep Rel alive, though, and they're not going to do so.
Yeah, a little bit of a disastrous stoppage here for Dunkirk, and UC Berkeley just... It seems to me that's what happens. Dunkirk finally get a little bit of breathing room. They make a bit of progress. UC Berkeley, they don't lose too much. They come back in. They go on an absolute tear. They start picking up kills. Dunkirk overextend, and then the whole thing comes apart for Dunkirk.
And now Hog for Young Seong is... I mean, the composition just starts to look really weird. They have a solo tank. It's going to be a Hog.
Okay.
Lazarus only gets 1 of the rocket rush and is slept.
And immediately the trade back is there as Yeonjun gets taken down. Lazarus got brought dangerously low as well. Ruel may be able to go for a res, but you're also seeing Melon under a little bit of pressure. The loss of Silk Thread is the real big one. This is where UC Berkeley have to give space, but they can just wait for respawns here. There's enough room.
Just barely. I mean, they'll get Silk Thread back into action. Who the nano target here is going to be is very interesting. Definitely not onto Spidey again. I have to imagine it would either be Kawani or Silk Thread.
There they go. Committed straight onto Kawani, who does also have that gravitic flux. See how that gets committed. They have lost Silk Thread already. Now Spidey as well did not get a chance to use the sound barrier. A very lackluster use of the gravitic flux, just without that extra pressure from those other members. And I think UC Berkeley were maybe a bit more conservative with their ultimates than they needed to be there.
Well, I think that's been the biggest problem with UC Berkeley over the course of all the maps so far, is that they are not really able to get good ult combos or high value on the ultimates at all. Some of it's mistimed, some of it is used in, you know, kind of lost fights, and other times not used at all when really they should be fully committing. So they pulled through the flux, they pulled through the nano. I don't believe the flux came on through because Elsion was caught in the flux but never got slammed down for the 50% health damage. And Dunkirk are now snowballing on through with an EMP available.
Okay, that is an important kill onto Vivace just to slow things down a little bit, release a bit of that pressure. They need to commit those ultimates in. I almost want to see them just pop the sound barrier rather than take the risk and hold on to it. Spidey ends up going down. So that as that risk kind of realizes, UC Berkeley now lose Peter as well, did not get to self-destruct. And now you're seeing the same thing happen again. Lazarus picks up a kill. They're keeping the cart moving. Ruel will get back into the mix. UC Berkeley, they're too hesitant on these defensive ultimates that could be saving their lives, and they end up costing them.
Lazarus on 20 HP as well, nearly finished off by Silk Thread, who, if he did get that kill, might have been on a rampage. Until University will hold on and continue pushing the payload steadily through B. I mean, they're nearly at the end now. They could be threatening the C camp with a time bank of their own if things keep going well. I do have to say that Lazarus's fire is going to have minimal value on C, so that's going to need to be addressed at some point by Dunkirk as they look to win this fight with the EMP. Spidey has to save the sound barrier to cancel that, or at least counter it.
There we go. It's going to be the Deadeye out. It's, yeah, very clean. Clean as you like. And UC Berkeley, I mean, how long has it been now holding on to the self-destruct, holding on to the sound barrier? They're not willing to use these as engage tools. They're not able to get them off in time as defensive tools because there's so much DPS pressure. If by this point you haven't learned from the mistake, you're never going to.
Well, I mean, I think the idea was there, but reasonable place from Yeonju to pulse bomb Spidey away, as they really needed the sound barrier to defend against that EMP and needed to come out almost immediately. So they're trying to put the pressure back over towards Vivace and will easily do that, as UC Berkeley need to shut down Lazarus and take them off this fire for C.
I said that there was, that 52 seconds was only going to be relevant if Dunkirk actually made it to C, and well, that's now come to pass, and UC Berkeley seem to have struggled to slow them the same way that they were able to do multiple times on A. But here we go, the engage with the sound barrier. We'll have to see what they can actually get done. AK while the sun's shining, manual hack on Peter won't be able to self-destruct, but they found Young Si Young. Traders there for Silk Thread again. The critical target. Once he's dead, the kill pressure just drops phenomenally. Peter will be able to reset with the self-destruct. It actually picks up Lazarus. That's a bit of a mistake by him, I think. He was trying to hide from it last we saw of him. And that does tip the balance just ever so slightly in favor of UC Berkeley. Closer respawn as well for Silk Thread anyway. So Dunkirk having to rightly back away from the car.
Mana Boost is coming online as well, as Realm taking a bit of damage, but will survive for the time being. That's a +1. Silk Thread takes down his counterpart. Dunkirk, look like they're backing out from the situation. Yeah, they want full players for sure.
Yeah, and as that Deadeye from Vivace sort of came to nothing. There are enough shields on UC Berkeley to prevent something like that from coming through. Just barely. Kwani gets taken out though, just the extra shots landing through. And another one from Vivace as he finds Spidey. And UC Berkeley, it's like they're not respecting that the fight's actually happening here. They weren't really on the play. They're not really getting the trade backs either. The pulse bomb is good. That's an important trade back, but Silk Thread is starting to look a little bit lean. He's the only guy really in action on this team, and the res is there for Young Si Young anyway.
It does seem like, the anchor right now is what you really want to be seeing for the team, to the rock that you build your team around, that kind of keystone. As soon as Silk Thread falls, it gets really rough for UC Berkeley, as Kwani hacked out, no chance to self-heal.
Peter. Oh, okay, that's something. That's definitely something. Peter does get demaxed here as well, but it's not too threatening. He was the sole target of an EMP. That's a 1-for-1, actually a 2-for-1 with those whole hogs, but losing Ruel could be the harder one to take here, because Dunkirk, they're trying to go for this final stretch for UC Berkeley. Silk Thread immediately dies. They needed him to stay alive. They have no kill pressure right now. Peter back in the mech, but they need to actually get on the point itself, and they end up capping with just 7 seconds more than UC Berkeley. And it's such a shock to me, because UC Berkeley were looking like the better of the two teams, both on the offense and then on the defense. And then it just completely fell apart from the end point of A, pretty much all the way through until C.
I don't really agree with their tank composition choices there, because Kwani played a hog for the most part, and the only interaction that either hog have in that matchup is against each other, where honestly, Kwani doesn't have to opt into that matchup. If Young Si Young was a solo hog, you let Dunkirk do that. UC Berkeley, I think, eventually realized towards that final fight, okay, Kwani's got to go back over towards the ball. Perhaps that was just to get back to the point in time, which is probably what it was. But I'm going to say that part of what gave UC Berkeley the ability to stay ahead was their speed on the dive, their ability to have tempo control, which requires you to buy space for Silk Thread. It can't just be Silk Thread going it alone, ending up in 1v1s, or worse, maybe a 2v1 where he's on the one side of that equation. You need somebody like Kwani on a ball or Winston to make that space open, to buy time, to pull aggro, and then have Silk Thread just bait his tank like a Tracer is supposed to do, and then you would see Silk Thread find the same success that he was finding earlier.
Only 7 seconds difference though, and one thing that is the silver lining here for UC Berkeley is, of course, they had the better defense on A, as well as the better offense. So if they are able to get another decent offense here and repeat their success on the defense, they should still be able to walk away with the win. They are on match points. The grand finals looms ahead of them. This is the last chance here for Dunkirk, really.
As long as Kwani can successfully survive against Young Si Young, doesn't get hacked out or get saved at least by his teammate Peter or Nomad, things should be okay. They're playing obviously for a nano boost on Kwani. They will lose Spidey first and foremost, but can they trade? Looking good.
So much damage. They're barely staying alive here. Rule really having to work double shift there. It's maybe too real an experience for anyone in the medical profession. We'll be able to get a quiet moment to get a res here, though, as UC Berkeley start getting cleaned up off this point, but it was very down to the wire for a hot second there for Dunkirk.
And UC Berkeley suffered the first loss. This is going to be the last fight. We're down to about 5-ish seconds. UC Berkeley have technically the closer respawn to need round there back ASAP. Rom's going to go over towards a ball, and Silk Thread with the opening pickup. Pulse bomb nearly available.
Oh, the rocket barrage is decent. It does pick up the 1, but it's a 2-for-2 trade overall in the fight. And that's a big piece taken off the table. The pulse bomb sticks, but it's not enough to get the kill. They've got some good damage coming through, and obviously without rule, but the kill Silk Thread, that could be the real one. Nah, I think that's going to be it to secure it towards the end. A whole hog as well on the card itself just to push anyone away. So there you go, 70.17. That's as far as it goes. But that little bridge is where the stoppage will be if there is a stoppage. There is no guarantee that you get past that point with just 1 minute, 7 seconds on the clock.
Initiating match.
It's a good amount of distance. I mean, we're not really expecting teams to get too far in just the 1 minute here. Unless the defense somehow entirely crumbles. It's a fair distance to go through on A. Especially that final portion. And Silk through really opening things up for UC Berkeley. Now, had UC Berkeley actually capped out A, their chances of winning this map greatly increased to the point where I would say it's almost even guaranteed. Now, still winnable for Dunkirk, and I think this is really the proof of how close the series has been, despite it being 2-0 up for UC Berkeley. Dunkirk has been up more than just a fight, and Junkertown in particular has been proof of that. The fact that we are in time back, and the fact that Dunkirk have a greater time bank, even if it's marginal.
Marginal indeed, just the 7-second difference. It's unlikely to really be the difference maker here. Like I say, it's going to really come down more to whether the defense can kind of anchor itself at the bridge or not. And we did see Dunkirk get stopped up pretty resoundingly on the initial phase. We'll have to see if that comes to pass again.
So Fire wants to go out into play. UC Berkeley have kind of predicted this. They realized that Fire was a bit of a problem last time, so Realm is going to start on the hard hit scan of the cast. They'll even run the Arista, by the way, which is something I was suggesting for UC Berkeley, and I feel like a much more solid composition to be able to defend as Rash is instantly the target.
It's a really good kickoff, and there we go, even getting ruled as well, so no res opportunity, and now Vivace is a sitting duck way overextended on the flank to Silk Thread. This is that bridge defense I was talking about. Already over half the time elapsed. Now, Dunkirk only have one real shot at this.
Vivace slipped down. Realm will get the clean shot. That's Melon, actually, and Realm will get an easy headshot kill as Dunkirk haven't made enough distance. The payload distance is probably the biggest issue so far for Dunkirk.
It's going to really come down to it. They have got the full respawns here. They'll be able to go in, but UC Berkeley, oh, Young is Young, already dead. The nano boost available, going to throw that straight onto Realm. A couple of shots will do it. Diving right up into the skies. Can he finish off Rule? Gives him the slip. No, not quite. Silk Thread's able to find him on the ground. With that, it's going to be that bridge defense holding very handily. UC Berkeley, the defense on A coming back in where it was needed most after going the full way to a very even time bank. Credit where it's due. Dunkirk brought this dangerously close for UC Berkeley, but it's UC Berkeley on match point, connecting the 3-0 result. They'll be going straight into the grand finals now to face down against another Korean team in Gachon.
Excellent adaptation from UC Berkeley on that final defense in the time bank, understanding the not only possibility but the expectation that Dunkirk University were going to be running the fire once again via Lazarus, and you need to have something to at least be able to pressure. So the casting coming out into play, Realm with the flexibility, the Arista for the defense as well. Look, you're not going to be going over towards B at all. You need to have some really good anchor for A. And that absolutely ended up being the play that worked. And beyond that as well, you see how much extra damage and how much extra focus was being put on towards the Mercy on the opposing side. Get beat onto Rel. He's the only person that can successfully chase down a Flying Mercy via the Diva itself. Get that Mercy below half HP. Silk Thread can then add in the extra damage enough to get the kill. And if the Mercy is gone, the healing is gone. That's the danger of playing multi-DPS for Dunkirk University. It will also be the danger that Gachon are going to have in that grand final as well. So you just have that one solo Mercy healing. If that player goes down, the entire fight is probably over.
And that is a promising result for the US of A. UC Berkeley, as I said, kind of keeping the flame of North America alive through this tournament. There was a very real possibility of an all-Korean finals after that first win. Certainly not something we'd be any stranger to in a lot of these international competitions. So credit where it is due to UC Berkeley. However, we'll have to see if that same success they had with the single DPS composition continues to work against the quad DPS of Gachon as it did just now against Dankook. Impressive stuff, though, all things considered. And hey, what can I say? We've got a proper finals coming up on our hands.
Especially when it's been 3-0 both ways. You've had clean dominance from Gachon. You've had a much closer game between UC Berkeley and Dankook, but still a 3-0 result for UC Berkeley. So both undefeated teams in their semi-finals will now be matched up in the grand finals. You got opposing regions, opposing strats, compositions, and styles to come forward in the grand finals.
We'll see how that all shakes out. We'll be getting on to those grand finals in just a hot second. We'll see you on the other side.
A United States education is your gateway
to a great American campus experience,
to study in a country of innovators and entrepreneurs,
to use your curiosity wisely,
to take on challenges,
to think differently,
to have endless opportunities,
to hear new perspectives,
to navigate cultural differences,
To pursue your passions,
to gain real-world experiences,
to learn skills for a changing job market,
to put theory into practice,
to become the kind of professional you want to be,
to thrive in your career,
to give back to your community and to the world,
to be the kind of person that you wouldn't have dreamed to be otherwise.
come study.
come study,
Come study.
Come study in the United States.
World Expo 2030, where all countries will agree to cooperate and act on the great transition to an era of sustainability. Busan, Korea, a World Expo 2030 candidate city, will open a sustainable future for humanity and planet Earth. Korea, a country that made the impossible possible
Korea, which was receiving aid, has been transformed into a developed country.
and remarkably advanced from one of the world's poorest countries to a developed country in just a little more than a half century. The world's 10th largest economy, a leader in the fourth industrial revolution with innovative technologies, and home of highly valuable global brands. This is Korea. At the center of Korea's economic growth, there is Busan. From a shelter for war refugees to a cradle for future industries of the world and Korea, Busan has played a key role in driving national economic growth. A World Expo 2030 candidate city, Busan, Korea, will be a bridge between developing and developed countries for understanding and coexistence. Busan, Korea is setting a new global standard for soft power.
The courage of journalists who did not turn a blind eye to the truth has led
Korea is widely recognized for its soft power in many areas, including press freedom
Parasite.
and Korean culture. Busan is at the epicenter of Korean soft power. It is a city of K-content, culture that represents Korea, and is emerging as a global hub of arts and culture for the future. Busan, Korea hopes to extend the value and share the experience of soft power with the world through World Expo 2030. A gateway city connecting Eurasia and the Pacific, and the world by sea and sky. A center of global logistics and cultural exchange, a beloved marine tourism city, and a favorite of the MICE industry. In 2030, a new future of humanity and planet Earth will unfold. A great transformation where dreams come true and despair turns into hope begins here in Busan, Korea. Sustainable living with nature, technology for humanity, and platform for caring and sharing all start here. Busan, Korea will take the lead at the forefront of transformation to a brighter future. Transforming our world, navigating toward a better future. World Expo 2030, Busan, Korea.
Ladies and babies, welcome back once again. We are now on the cusp of the grand finals for the US versus Republic of Korea Virtual College Esports Tournament, and we have exactly what you love to see. It is a United States team versus a South Korean team as well, the form of Gachon University versus UC Berkeley, who both picked up a handy 3-0 in their semifinals. If you're just tuning in right now, I am, of course, Matt Pixie Carroll. Joining me here is, of course, Kevin Averill Walker. And these have been some interesting matches so far, to say the least.
A lot of varying styles. I mean, I think out of an opening matchup, we had mostly almost mirrored styles where both teams were playing a lot of that quad DPS. As we headed into that second semi-final, UC Berkeley came out with something, you know, I didn't expect at all. And I guess today has been a day full of unexpected things. We started out with, you know, not really getting into 2-2. It's a completely open, you know, non-roll lock tournament here. So anything is possible, and it was DPS dominated. UC Berkeley then played a triple support, which was not expected, and since then they've actually been super flexible. They moved through quite a different numbers of types of comps. They played double tanks, they've played triple tanks, they've played triple support and double support, and the only thing that's been consistent so far is the fact that Silk Thread has been the sole DPS for this team. That is it. And for those that are just tuning in, yeah, that is the Silk Thread you're thinking about. The ex-LA Valiant, ex-LA Gladiators Silk Thread that played in the Overwatch League some time ago.
Yeah, a somewhat familiar name. Indeed, maybe the only familiar name in this tournament, unless you've really been keeping track of the collegiate scene. Or, I don't know, maybe you go to school with some of these people. That's how you know their names. But if you're just a general Overwatch viewer, Silk Thread is probably the only name that will stick out to you.
And still looking good. I mean, the mechanics are clean. Not gonna lie, and he's gone up against some fair competition. Like, these aren't like super refined tier 2 teams. They're not like top contenders teams or anything like that, but they are teams that are filled with high ranked players. Individually, we have a lot of talent, and I think that's going to be shown on screen, especially in this grand finals, where the DPS talent on Gachon across all 4+ of their players, I think more than 4 people actually played DPS for Gachon when they were in their semifinals. They were astounding. I mean, you had at least 2 fantastic Tracer players. Widowmaker play was very, very strong as well. On top of that, we saw some Hanzo out of Lazy. It was all quite pristine. And if this was a DPS battle only, I mean, you'd have to give it to the Gachon, because Silk Thread's only one guy, but that one guy is very strong. Just seeing the Gachon University opening right now. The team huddle, shotgun pump, and everyone's on the floor.
Yep. Yeah. And I couldn't tell you which member of the team that is, because I don't know them all by just their faces.
Oh, okay. That's upsetting.
If he had his like name on his jersey, then you know that could maybe bridge the gap for me. We won't be able to see the opener for UC Berkeley, though. I'm imagining it in my head right now, and because they're Americans, everyone in the team has a Guardian rather than just the one member.
Okay. All right. Well, that'll be the last we speak on that topic. As something else that's quite cool as well is that Gachon University were also very willing to substitute members in and out, so everyone got some play time. I don't know if that's specifically because they maybe were confident in their semi-final matchup in that it didn't seem to really matter how often and what they changed out. It just all seemed to work regardless. Perhaps in this matchup versus a team like UC Berkeley, who I have to imagine are going to be putting up more than quite a fight. In fact, UC Berkeley should be able to. We should have a close enough game that both teams ideally get maps here. I don't know if they'll be able to put it through. So the player that was actually doing the shotgun movement was actually Monge. So there we go. We find out who it is. As we get a shot of everyone's faces actually.
Yep. And so that yeah. I think it was See You Next Time that did that. No, it was Monge. Yeah. So you just said that. I don't know why I needed to like I somehow needed to verify that fact. Like I had to Snopes that real quick for you. You're
like, you know what? I don't trust that. I'm gonna
go do some independent research.
I'm gonna talk to my lawyers
actually
about this. I need to get my lawyers involved about this so we can independently get this through. No. Yes, but that is what we're talking about right at the moment is Gachon University starting out with, I think, the same lineup they had in terms of who their starters were for map number 1. We'll see if it's Busan again. It might just be a set map pool. So it'll be, if it is, it'll just be Busan, Numbani into Junkertown. Again, we still don't know what the 4th and 5th map are, as we never got that far. It's always been a 3-0 so far in these semi-finals. I believe the grand finals is still a 1st to 3 as well, so we are not going to the full best of 7. Double check that, but I'm fairly certain we are not doing the full best of 7.
Yeah, 1st to 3. Which is, I mean, it kind of just increases the stakes, right? Like that 3-0, that's been the winning tradition of both of these teams so far. It's certainly going to end for one or the other, but like the question is it going to still be an absolute, you know, slam dunk knockout 3-0 for one of these teams, or do we get something that goes the distance a little bit more? It's really hard to call, and I think part of why it's so hard to call is because of the wildly different team compositions we've been seeing, wherein like it's not like you can look at it and go, okay, this team executes better on their tank lineup and this team executes better, you know, in this particular role. It's more like compositionally, which of these ends up working better? There's so little external data to rely upon, and there is absolutely no head-to-head data to go off either.
I'm going to be keeping more of an eye on the UC Berkeley tanks, because I think that to me is more the difference maker. Yeah, Silk Thread is Silk Thread. That's an obvious, we expect great things from Ted, but the tank line is what is going to be assisting and enabling Silk Thread and keeping your backline safe as all your supports, and they are going to be playing multiple supports, 2 to 3. Peter in particular is going to need to be that person stepping up on that D.Va, because the D.Va is what will be stopping Lazy playing fire, will be stopping most long-range damage. Needs to be someone that is kind of dealing with the snipers at some level as well. And generally, you look at the main tank, you look at Kawani, even if Realm decides to go play a main tank, because Realm was kind of moonlighting on that role also, that is what gives the openings for someone like Silk Thread to really get his job done, to be able to execute on his role. And if that doesn't happen, then yeah, you could be in trouble. So the stage is kind of set for UC Berkeley in terms of how their team works, and we got a really good look at that when they're playing up against Dunkirk.
And with that, not a whole lot to do except get stuck in. Once again, starting on Busan, and I have a feeling we will see the same progression map. Busan into Numbani, into Junkertown, and who knows after that, because we haven't gone that far yet. We don't know what happens if we go to map 4. I assume the world ends.
Well, you leave the Shire after map 3.
You leave the Shire at long last.
You stop and you say, this is the furthest I've ever been.
Yeah, I was going to say, have you seen the cut of the movie that's
Shire.
like every time Samwise takes a step, he says that line? And it's like 20 hours long.
No, I don't. I haven't, and I don't want to see that cut, actually.
Well, I mean, you don't actually need to sit down and watch the whole 20 hours. Like, after the first couple of steps, you kind of get the gist. But it's a very funny concept.
By the person that edited the full 20 hours then. Unless I suppose they were just copy-pasting all of it,
But, like, you've got to, like, if you think about it, Samwise isn't always on screen. So they have to do it every time he actually physically takes a step. It's like, if I take one more step, this will be the farthest I've ever been from the Shire, and just every single step.
We'll step back into Busan here, starting out on Sanctuary, taking a look at the opening compositions. UC Berkeley playing triple support again. Silk 3 starting out on the Tracer, not going to be playing any casting or other hit scans, as this has been the most successful comp for UC Berkeley. Gachon opening out on the quad DPS, same as they did in their semi-final as well. Both teams doing what has worked for them. Lazy on that Farah. And here's where Peter needs to step up on UC Berkeley as well.
Already an early kill onto Mungate. It's a hot start. Silk Thread just keeping the pressure, finds the run down on Control S rather. It looks like a 5 from a distance. Lazy gonna get picked off as well under the guns of Peter specifically. Now Silk Thread just embroiled in a Tracer duel, able to get the top end of that one over Chilbuzi, and that's gonna be the opening cap for UC Berkeley.
And this is what UC Berkeley kind of learned over the course of their game versus Dunkirk as well, where you have to take down these Mercies. I said before the break, when you go up against these quad DPS teams, that single Mercy is the point of failure for all of those, or both the Korean teams so far, because if you remove the one healer, the rest of the team falls apart. They lack the healing. You have to look towards Mungay on the Soldier, drop down the healing pad, or rely on health packs, which both teams will be contesting. Speaking of contesting, you are seeing Peter flying in the face of Lazy, and that needs to continue for most of this game.
that's pretty much got to be the go, right? Like, they've got the extra tanks for it, as you've been saying. Nomad does get picked off early, as Killingverse also finds Realm, so only the one support the form of Spidey. That means Kawani's a bit of a sitting duck, so Gachon going to be able to have a much more successful second go around here. Not before UC Berkeley round the bend at about 50% on the points.
Looks like he got blown up by his own pulse bomb there. Quite unfortunate. Won't even take one with him, and that's going to give Gachon University a clean cap over 51% the lead for UC Berkeley, so they have a lot of breathing space still. Gachon University didn't have to spend much. In fact, they have all their ultimates primed and ready to go within the next, I would say, 15 seconds. Just waiting for Mongay to also get that attack visor. Not going to be as effective as it was in their matchup versus NYU. This will be a lot more damage mitigation from UC Berkeley to stop it.
And that's already an early kill picked up over onto Spidey. UC Berkeley, it seems to be the way when they get on the back foot against these, you know, high DPS comps, they don't reliably get back on the front foot. However, when they are on the front foot, they're able to maintain their advantage quite well. So we'll have to see if they can get the better of Gachon. Your ultimate's in the way of that first, though.
Part of the difficulty of being on the back foot here is that Gachon keep you there by always attacking first. They have the tempo in play. And Chilpulsi so far has been extremely good on the Tracer, has been kind of dominating in some fashion, same as what we saw versus NYU, so that's repeated itself, and UC Berkeley consistently are down one. Gachon University have now overtaken in percentage points.
That's a pretty solid situation for them as they're continuing to get the kills now, with one coming through onto Kawani. And holding on to so many ultimates as well, only committing the pulse bomb in the course of that fight. You saw UC Berkeley throwing out their self-destruct in that one. They are coming up on a few ultimates of their own, but the impactful ultimates like the EMP and the Rocket Barrage are still in play for Gachon.
I know, they just have so much here, and we're heading towards Final Fight territory, nearly 80% now, and that's getting dangerous for UC Berkeley. As they need to get something going quite early. Nano Boost available, but again, who does this go on? Most likely Soak Thread, I have to imagine. There's just not a lot of great targets. They lost Soak Thread.
Oh, that's a brutal start. The sound barrier is there to answer the EMP, and they've at least traded one back already. The Rocket Barrage finding not anything, unfortunately. So that's a bit of a silver lining here for UC Berkeley, who've stayed in it the whole time, even getting the kill on Lazy Tech to Peter, and now getting the leg up on the ground as they find see you next time. The overtime's there for Gachon, but they have lost the fight, and they'll lose the point too.
They do recover. Nano went over towards Peter, who then is able to finally get that kill onto Lazy. Like you mentioned, they stopped, or rather, Lazy just didn't really get much done with that Rocket Barrage, and that will be to UC Berkeley's advantage. We are heading into opportunity for UC Berkeley themselves to get that 99%. Could be double OT for both teams, and final ultimates will be dictating how the rest of this goes. Gachon are missing quite a lot, and so on UC Berkeley. We saw Sukra kill himself with the pulse bomb earlier, coming to land that onto a proper target this time.
Second time's a charm. I mean, he's a proper target. You know, he's removing the highest threat from the game in himself. That's already Spidey and Kawani down early, though, as we saw last time. And then they lose Silk Thread, who's just way out in the open under Lazy's rockets. And that's the way it seems to go for UC Berkeley. They'll be doing all right, and they'll suddenly just be way out of position, get completely demolished by the sheer amount of DPS on the side of Gachon. So this is the first map going the way of Gachon, but this one's significantly closer than a lot of what we've seen so far this tournament.
Gachon University have a lot of pick potential here. I mean, that's what happens when you have 4 DPS. It's multiple threats you have to keep track of, and for all the good that Soak Thread has done, you are still playing a 150 HP Tracer. Still quite brittle. I'm sure the ping doesn't help, but both teams are technically on ping with the minimum latency settings. So keeping Soak Thread alive is the name of the game. Easier said than done, though, with the DPS quality on Gachon University. When Soak Thread is gone, in fact, even when he's still there, we are still seeing his counterpart on the other side, with Chilpulsi doing quite a lot of work on his own Tracer anyway.
Now, on the early rollout here, it's a lot of pressure for Chilpulsi. He's going to be able to back away all right for the time being, grab the health pack, but you see Berkeley getting a little bit more of a favorable position this time around as Soak Thread trying to get aggressive. Lazy does not have Control S in the pocket right now, only just getting him, but only too late as he goes down. Can they get the res? And Kwani's hacked out, gets demolished. There's the res onto Lazy as well, so it's actually a man advantage now for Gachon, thanks to that kill on Kwani. Nothing's could get a little bit dicey for UC Berkeley. They're starting to lack the kill pressure again. Spidey goes down, and that always seems to be the bellwether. They lose Kwani and Spidey, and the rest of the team starts to unravel. It's not a huge number of kills, but they lose Silk Thread, they lose the positioning, and they lose the point.
It's just a rough matchup for Lucio to play. I mean, there's so much hit scan damage available, even the tracking kind. I'm not even talking about, you know, any sort of sniping type of hit scan. It's actually all tracking damage coming through from Sombra, Soldier, and Tracer. In Spidey, it's rough because you could get hacked also, eat a rocket. It's kind of tough. There's not much you can do here. Gachon University is just abusing this as much as possible. UC Berkeley really struggled on Mecha Base versus Dunkirk. Right now, despite getting 1 kill a hit, they need to convert onto further.
Ooh, that's another significant kill. There is a res available, but no, not going to get it. Gets stunned up by the shield bash. Silkthread happy to collect that kill immediately thereafter. Now Killing Verse dangerously low will be finished off. UC Berkeley, they lose Nomad. It's a little bit of a tough break, but they've got the point cap just fine. Just want to keep that pressure onto Mungay. They don't want him sitting pretty, getting the extra shots through as well. We'll be able to finish that one off now. UC Berkeley starting to get ahead, starting to keep a lid on all these DPSs.
And they need to keep a lid onto Lazy, so that defense matrix better be available for Peter, because Lazy will be in position to use very soon. EMP lockdown 4.
Super quick commit, and yeah, not in position. Peter is sitting duck to the pulse bomb instead. Not up in the skies where he wants to be against Lazy. Net effect is a very clean execution from Gachon. They'll be able to collect up these last few kills, I imagine, as Mungay wrapping around the side to finish off Spidey. That nano boost onto Silkthread is a bit of a Hail Mary play. Silkthread hasn't really been able to get the kills from it, not in a safe enough position to do so. So Gachon already back in control of the point before UC Berkeley could even it up.
Absolutely, and the EMP from CUNX time to demolish UC Berkeley has stopped Peter from doing anything on the Diva. No defense matrix. Spidey was also hacked by the EMP, so no sound barrier. All of the mitigation that UC Berkeley wanted was out of the picture. Mech reset potentially, but another manual hack that just put Peter out in the cold.
I mean, he's able to survive it impressively enough, so he does get back in the mech, but it slows UC Berkeley's tempo quite a lot. That being said, it's not like Gachon were able to get other kills during that slow tempo moments. Now UC Berkeley going to use the sound barrier to get aggressive, go for an engage. Right on top of Lazy. Has to go for the reload, though, isn't able to connect the kill. Control S super low. Peter's going to play out and find that one. And then while they're kind of tunneling on this, Silkthread gets manually hacked, finished off on the front side by Lazy. They've at least won the back end of the fight, but as they say that, a double with the pulse bomb. Peter takes the environmental death, and it all comes apart at the seams for UC Berkeley.
This seemed like a map that they should have been able to take back. I mean, UC Berkeley were winning that fight, and now Lazy's returned to the fire. Rocket barrage in. UC Berkeley are down 3 members, including Silkthread. It doesn't look like it'll happen.
A little bit of a heartbreaker for UC Berkeley. Just not enough pressure where it was needed and when it was needed. And I mean, despite the fact that they were winning the fight going on behind them at the same time, having so much of Silkthread's attention stuck on Lazy, who was flying miles away, did them no favors when he could have instead been turned the other way, maybe getting on top of Triple Z. But c'est la vie. 1-0 up now for Gachon.
And really, the target I'd like to see them prioritize more is taking down Please Control S, the Mercy play that you can see all the way to the left there. And that is, again, the point of failure for teams that want to run full DPS comps with only one support. We saw that early on Sanctuary. It was effective, but a little bit of safer play from Please Control S meant that she was safe for the most part and wasn't going down as often. And yeah, you saw another position where on that mecha base, she was taken out and things were looking a bit dicey. A double pulse bomb from Chill Bullsy put Gachon University back into the fight, maintain control in a situation where it looked like University of California, Berkeley were going to be able to get the cap through, and it just did not happen. When Silkthread is down and Chill Bullsy is alive, that is a big problem for UC Berkeley. And even now, moving to the further maps where maybe you have Yusin coming in, where he gets substituted in over, I believe, it is you next time that will be subbed out based on what we saw in the NYU matchup. That's still a problem because Yusin's Tracer was also phenomenal.
A little bit of a tough situation all up, I would say, for the side of UC Berkeley, insofar as what was working is it's not so much that it stopped working, it's just stopped being as effective. And I feel like this is where some of those execution errors that we were seeing in their game against Dunkirk starting to be a little bit more costly. Gachon are just that little bit slicker with their team composition. I still would say it's highly punishable, but the question does now have to be asked. does UC Berkeley actually have the aptitude to punish it?
And honestly, like, you know, I've spoken about the Lucio, but I wasn't a big fan of the Ana pick either. There just isn't good nano targets. You're looking at a very open map where, honestly, if you're going to be a support that's in a situation where you're likely picked off, support your biggest win condition. I think a Zen with Harmony and Discord supporting Silk Thread's Tracer would have given you a better opportunity to win there. I mean, these are small things that I think could have made a difference. Yeah, would you potentially been farmed to the Zen? Maybe, but I think you'd get farmed to the Ana anyway. And on top of that, the trance is particularly much better, especially versus a Sombra, than what a nano boost is going to give you when you have no good nano targets. Your best nano target might have been Silk Thread or Peter, both of which is not ideal because you don't have a strong main tank like a Winston to take it through, or even a Ryan, or even like an Echo or Farah of your own. And on screen right now, you are seeing that Yusin is back in. See You Next Time has been subbed out. That is the game plan for Gachon, as we saw in their semi-final matchup versus NYU just previously. And I'll repeat myself by saying the troubles will not stop here. Gachon will continue having a dominant trace because Yusin will take that up now for Nambani, and we already saw versus NYU how strong that was.
Absolutely. So a lot now on the line for UC Berkeley. They need to kick it up a notch, and you know, just to kind of highlight a particular thing as well. One thing we did sort of mention and bring up was the difference we're seeing in the willingness to commit ultimates at suitable moments, or at the very least, UC Berkeley, they've been a little bit over-conservative with their ultimates. I feel like that was better from them by a reasonable margin, but it's also quite telling that despite the ultimate usage and timings being better, Gachon were still ahead. So first of all, it speaks to what is effectively the gap there between Gachon and Dunkirk as opponents, and also the fact that UC Berkeley, you know, even with improvements made, there's still a little bit of a deficit. There's an overcomable deficit. It's not enormous. It was certainly a close map overall, but there's more under the hood that needs to be fixed.
I'll say one thing. See You Next Time being subbed out actually does assist UC Berkeley in some ways, because I did note that the Sombra was causing some problems as well. Specifically, See You Next Time was great at hacking out the Diva of NYU in their previous matchup. Now, in this particular matchup as well, I think Peter will be under pressure from that Sombra, and we did see the EMP successfully wipe out a lot of the counterplay that UC Berkeley otherwise could have had, specifically against Lazy, who was on that far right. And yeah, it also knocked out the sound barrier that could have saved them also. And we'll move into map number 2, which is actually not going to be Nambani. We're going to King's Row. So could it be that we have changed map pools for the grand finals? Could it be that the losing team is in fact deciding? I'm not entirely sure, but what I am thinking of right now,
no idea.
What I am thinking of right now is that this is going to affect the quality and the playability of a quad DPS. I don't know that King's Row is the best map for a quad DPS. You might have to go, dare I say, a triple. Wow, how controversial, a triple DPS.
I mean, yeah, right? Like, in the wacky world where we're seeing quad DPS, it's controversial in two ways. I mean, we have seen a triple DPS earlier tonight as well.
Oh, they're going quad.
Just unsuccessfully. Yeah, quad DPS. Let's not mince words here. And exactly the same lineup as well, with the Wrecking Ball, with the Mercy. It seems to be the go.
Okay, UC Berkeley are going to head towards a pseudo. It was nearly a ghost comp. In fact, they can still make it a ghost comp. Here it is. We have what? Nomad on the Ana again, so that's fine. She can play that in this particular composition. I think it's okay. The Sim will be out for the TPs initially, maybe, but it will be what is traditional for like ghosts. There is a problem here, and that is Lazy is on a Farah, and a Farah is at worst a soft counter, and at best like an actual hard counter versus Ghost.
Yeah. I don't know what to believe anymore.
Leave it the Farah is going to farm Goats.
It honestly is straight, and you're already seeing that in action. Nomad dead, Spidey Realm both low. They're actually starting to top them back off, though, in all fairness. Be all about winning that ground game, and yeah, for sure, Yusin has to be very careful on this Tracer.
I mean, I would almost prefer
dead again.
Just played Zombie. I mean, they look like they're nearly there. They really want to play Lucio, so they're actually playing real Lucio comps, but They have no ability to really do much against Gachon, so they got lazy, but can they prevent the res?
They can't, but they can kill Control S, which is the next best thing. They do lose Realm, which is unfortunate. That means that pressure on Yusin and Mongay isn't there in the same way anymore. They do still have to respect Kawani, but as I say that, Kawani just died. So now the pulse bomb out from Yusin, it ends up catching Spidey. I don't think that was his intended target. Silk Thread, I think, was his intended target, but at any rate, he's going to be able to deal with Silk Thread before too long here as well, no doubt. Peter gets hacked out. Silk Thread able to get topped off there, but with that EMP coming across, 4 members here, 4 surprisingly tough and stubborn members. It is taking a long time for Gachon to finish all these members off. Sound barrier into the res, big time for Silk Thread, who's actually starting to get a very dangerous amount of charge here. As you see Berkeley, they've been able to live and reset. The rocket barrage just off in the middle of nowhere. It's found Realm. They are actually able to pivot, find Nomad as well. The Bob is dealt with. The Nano there onto Silk Thread, but the damage is proving to not quite be enough out of him, even with that kill coming through. Obviously, the Ash, the res is there anyway. Silk Thread is killed off before they can get the Gravitic Flux out. So UC Berkeley, no dice.
UC Berkeley was so concerned about dealing with the Bob that they weren't able to protect their backline there. So Nomad and I believe it was Realm just got completely blown apart by Lazy, and that's all that Gachon need to do. They need to focus their backliners, get rid of the supports. Goats falls apart immediately when the supports are down, and don't mind the fact that Silk Thread does have a grab. Who do you throw this grab onto? By the way, your rally just got cancelled.
Wacky. So Houston just really keeping a lid on it. Silk Thread gets taken out as well. Not that they should have used the Gravitic Flux with the member already dead here, but they've now started to make the changes off the composition, which is unfortunate because it's going to leave some of them a little bit high and dry now. You've got Silk Thread with this grab. They want to be able to use that. You've got Kwani near to a Shadow. You got Peter near to a self-destruct, but they still kind of want to change things up.
I mean, again, Shadow who? Grab who? Like, everybody on Gachon is so slippery. Even the Ash can just jump away. The Coach Gun is available. Silk Thread ideally would have to go and grab maybe Lazy, but
okay.
Bob.
And then they throw out a Shadow that does actually in fact catch Noah, and then Kawani gets hacked out and dies. Peter self-destructs, takes out the Bob with it. Lazy does go down, but he's dead to the Rocket Barrage anyway. That is Peter to say is dead to the Rocket Barrage. Controller is dead. That's the important one. Silk Thread's still alive, if only barely. Nomad and behind him will go down here. Should be able to finish off this Ash. There we go. That's one done. Silk Thread is on the brink of death here, trying to get that extra damage in. It's actually going to work. They're going to be able to now rotate back towards the point. There's a few mines that'll need a bit of clearing, but UC Berkeley are going to break it through.
And that all comes down from getting Control S off the map, and that's has to be UC Berkeley's target if possible. It's a lot harder to do when you have a Ghost composition, and Lazy's back now. Solar's Police Control is Valkyrie mode engaged. UC Berkeley are probably going to have to burn the sound barrier.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough position. They've actually found Killing Verse. That's a good opener here, and Peter, despite the hack, isn't really under a significant amount of pressure. Silk Thread, for some reason, is the one having to put the damage down onto Lazy, at least to open things out. We'll be able to get picked off by a pulse bomb. There we go. They're on the cart. They're underway, and this could be where things start to turn around a bit for UC Berkeley. Once this comp gets rolling, should be able to stay ahead of Gachon.
And not enough damage from Lazy to kind of force the extra ultimates out there, so UC Berkeley will move the cap for what eventually will be for free, being that they held on to the important ultimates. Another grab is available, and I'll say again, grab ideally lands onto Lazy or Please Control S, one of those two. Hopefully both, so you're probably going to have to go for an aerial grab. Not a lot that can follow up on that will be the problem. Gachon University have a lot coming online, including EMP. That will definitely strip away UC Berkeley's chances of getting too much distance, as Spidey will be required to counter that.
Okay, grab on the Bob. Not sure that that's your ideal target. They'll stop the knockup, but they haven't even killed the Bob anyway. Nomad was dying, so I had to throw out a Nano Boost that goes onto Silk Thread. And the cart stops anyway. The fight's now kind of happening around the cart. They're not really keeping up the momentum. Lazy having to come down to the front side to throw out this Rocket Barrage. Here we go. We'll be able to pick up Silk Thread and Realm, so that's a 2 for 2 with the res now coming through as well. Means it ends up being effectively a 2 for 1. UC Berkeley not getting the favorable end of that trade, and now finally making the change off the team composition. They don't have the positioning or time to get that Goats rolling again.
I mean, if UC Berkeley want to play Goats, they have to kind of wait till the C point. Now, the question becomes, can they even make it there? They've got about a minute left to push through B, still have a sound barrier available. They've kind of shifted over towards more of a dive-esque kind of composition, especially with the Kawani looking towards both Ball and Winston. They don't have that tracer, though, as they really do value Silk Thread on towards this Cassidy to at least put the pressure onto Lazy. I'm seeing that Gachon's ability to hold B should come to fruition with this EMP plus the Valkyrie, I don't expect Please Controllers to die.
Yeah, should be more than fine. The EMP are going to come across. I mean, Silkred's dead before even really the hack comes through, just the damage mounting. It's a good sound barrier from Spidey. A lot of people very much alive, but Realm, as soon as it's over, immediately dies to Lazy, and they just don't have the tools necessary to challenge Lazy in the skies anymore. It's going to be a desperate nano boost just before Nomad goes down once again. Throws it onto Kawani. Kawani not in a position to get anything done. Less than 15 seconds on the clock now. Barely anyone left alive from UC Berkeley. Kawani finally picked off. Silkred will actually get the one kill, but I think likely to go down here anyway, and it's just not enough for UC Berkeley.
The mines are in the way as well, so no one's going to be able to touch in time. UC Berkeley could not set up a successful dive off the back of the nano because they were still trying to recover from lost members, and snowballed out of control. They couldn't quite reset in the final, 10, 20-ish seconds. And that will be the end of their push on towards B. It's not even really halfway through B, I don't think, which is probably not going to be super defendable for them unless UC Berkeley can push Gachon themselves into an OT push, 4 minutes expended on towards A. Aside from that, if Gachon have any amount of fair time to play with on B, I'm talking 3 minutes plus. Probably expecting Gachon to finish this. I respect that UC Berkeley made a bit of a gambit to try something different, go for goats. Hey, there's no hero limit, so there's no roll log. Why don't we play something that was OP like 3 years ago?
Yeah.
The issue with that is Farah exists, and the issue beyond that existing is also we've seen Goats being dismantled at the end of Goats' life cycle by triple DPS led by Farah. Well, guess what? This is quad DPS, and in theory, even more difficult to work against.
Exactly, and that's why we've not seen the return to it in this particular tournament. And even then, when, as I kind of remarked earlier in this broadcast, when you are now more used to playing with that 2-2-2, that roll lock, trying to adapt to this unlocked meta, if you will, on the fly is increasingly difficult. It's harder to know exactly what's going to work and what's going to counter what. And you're doing it on the fly. You're doing it, mid-match, mid-game sometimes. It's a very different beast.
You are most likely going to see a situation where we go to a map 4 here, which is going to be Assault. And that is going to be the map where I would like to see UC Berkeley maybe think about Ghost again, because it's a much more viable map. Here, they're going to have to try and get this, not even dive anymore underway. Silkred surviving on 14 HP, can't quite get the Mega Pack. I mean, 3 supports, but no one could heal him.
Yeah, brutally close to the Mega Pack as well. They at least get an extra kill. Thanks to Spidey. Silkred's just going to go ahead and come back in on a Tracer. Wants to get back to the fray fast. Already one tick over to Gachon. Lazy uncontested disguise because Silkred is dead and was keeping a lid on Peter. That's going to be Realm dead while he was just kind of holding down the fort on the point itself. Another kill over onto Kawani. The trade's not good enough. Nano boost onto Peter. Just not enough good options. And so often we're seeing Nomad having to desperately toss out a nano boost before he dies himself. Killing Burst will get res back in. This is sure as anything patiently across the line here for Gachon.
I mean, Lazy even went down there for Peter, but at what cost? Because UC Berkeley is still reeling for survivors as their members start falling again. Peter's been DMAC. They can't get any ultimates together. Spidey is 8% away from a Transcendence, and it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, just not in time, not without the kills coming through, and even a late rocket barrage from Lazy. Hell, it only gets the one before Spidey frags Lazy out, but only needed to get the one, I suppose, and they've got so many ultimates, they're rotating through them. Lazy's getting enough done without the rocket barrages. It's, no harm, no foul, and now with 4:40 on the clock, not a whole lot of distance to need to go. It's looking like it'll be a Gachon 2-0.
UC Berkeley have 4 ultimates. They have a fair shot at the last stand here. 4:30 is probably too much time. I mean, I said that if Gachon had over 3, we're looking at a reasonable likelihood of capping out. 2v1 victory there with Yusin taking down Silkred, assisted by Please Control S, and UC Berkeley. They need at least that extra player back. They need their star player.
It's already Kawani picked off. Peter super low, Realm low as well. Peter will at least be able to reset the mech with the self-destruct. Realm has to now hold all the pressure. Bob just kind of playing point man, stopping anyone from getting close. There's the dive in. They find UC trade on Spidey with the headshot. No Transcendence usable now. This is absolutely brutal. Yeah, why no rally? Why take the risk of holding on to the ultimate? Silvergrey does get a kill on Lazy, but you gotta respect the res for one thing. They're really dicing with it. Finally commits the rally. Super late. Nomad already dead. You've got Peter now D-maxed. Okay, they've got some kills coming through, but this just felt like an unnecessary risk for UC Berkeley, but they end up getting away with it.
Seems like maybe Kalani was too far away from his team. That would be the only explanation that I could come up with. Silk Thread, though, will do the most and get the kills required. Specifically taking down Please Control is preventing the res. That's going to give UC Berkeley another opportunity. And now we're down to the 3-minute mark. They have to think about what Peter can do here in terms of waiting to respawn that player. Spidey this time has to get a chance that will take no chances.
Just absolutely committing to it. That's a nice set of pulse bombs traded either way. You'd rather have Nomad in the fray, though. I don't get any much more out of that. Just anti-climax right across the line. There's just not enough members left. They didn't get the nano boost off, unfortunately. Again, Nomad dying a bit too quickly there for that to pay off. The Transcendence was fine. They didn't get enough kills while it was running, though. It's proving to not be enough here. The quad DPS out of Gachon is just superior to anything UC Berkeley is able to accomplish right now.
Well, I think what needed to happen is on the attack for UC Berkeley, they had to get to C, and it's not as simple as just, just get further forehead. It's more so that they took a risk with the goats, and because of that, they kind of get farmed early. They lost a lot of time. They got reset on ultimates. They actually changed compositions, but it's a little bit too late, and they just don't have the time to work with to get further than where they were on B. And looking at the position they were on B, I just don't think it's defendable. For a B hold to actually be successful, you really need the maximum distance available, because you have to consider what your respawn distance looks like. If the payload is nearly at the B cap in terms of your own attacking distance, then when you defend on B, you suddenly have an advantage when the payload reaches that position again. That's something that was heavily missing, and just a general struggle to shut down Lazy was a big problem for UC Berkeley in this game, and a similar problem NYU were facing in their particular matchup as well. But it is 1-1, and we're looking at a situation where, is it 1-1, or was my memory poor?
It's 2-0. It's 2-0.
2-0. So okay, I was right. It's actually 2-0. For some reason, my brain, I thought UC Berkeley did better on Busan than they did, but it's actually 2-0 match point. We might not go to that map also.
Yeah, we may never get
much
there.
Better for teams like UC Berkeley, but it's not looking good.
Well, and obviously going forward onto Escort as well for the next map. I mean, if Kings Row was anything to go by, obviously the team composition didn't help them, so maybe UC Berkeley won't bother going for the GOATs for one thing, as you've kind of been talking about. So maybe they can be more successful when they're not trying to run that on the more mobile portion of the map. But Kings Row didn't go well they didn't get very far on Kings Row. So with that being the only datum we have access to, your hopes aren't too high for Escort, especially since at this point they haven't been able to do anything that's particularly challenged the quad DPS of Gachon. Last chance on the line here for the United States. It's looking like Korea is king even still. So love to see if they collect that match points here, Gachon, after this break.
A United States education is your gateway.
to a great American campus experience,
to study in a country of innovators and entrepreneurs,
to use your curiosity wisely,
To take on challenges,
to think differently,
To have endless opportunities.
to hear new perspectives,
to navigate cultural differences,
To pursue your passions,
To gain real-world experiences.
to learn skills for a changing job market,
to put theory into practice,
to become the kind of professional you want to be,
to thrive in your career,
to give back to your community and to the world,
to be the kind of person that you wouldn't have dreamed to be otherwise.
Come study.
come study,
Come study.
Come study in the United States.
전 세계의 과학적 문화적 성과와 새로운 미래상을 보여줄 경제문화 올림픽 2030 부산 세계 박람회. 부산은 세계 박람회를 통해 명실상부한 월드시티로 비상할 것입니다. 전 세계는 최빈국에서 선진국으로 도약한 대한민국에 주목하고 있으며 K-팝을 시작으로 다양한 문화 콘텐츠와 신기술을 선도해 나가는 21세기 르네상스가 한국에서 꽃피고 있습니다. 대한민국의 과거와 현재 그리고 미래를 담은 도시 부산에서 더 나은 미래를 향한 항해와 대전환을 꿈꾸고 있습니다. 여러분의 응원으로 2030 부산 세계박람회가 대한민국 부산으로 확정될 것입니다.
And once again, welcome back, where we find ourselves in an increasingly familiar situation. 2-0 is the lead. We are on match point once again, on track for a 3-0 finish. And it is, of course, Gachon University on that 2-0 match point against UC Berkeley. The hope of NA very much on the line here right now. We'll have to see if they can maybe start turning things around on our next escort map.
Gachon University have been pretty phenomenal so far. Look, we'll say that the first map was okay for both sides, but as we're moving through the grand finals right now, the gambit being played by UC Berkeley, tried goats on Kings Road, did not pan out, not give them the results they were looking for, and a final opportunity potentially on an escort to turn things around and begin what would be a long road for a reverse sweep. Now, UC Berkeley had a good run in the semifinals. They definitely were able to handle down
Really
Coke, but the difference here is I think the DPS quality of Gachon being shown is just that much higher.
I really think that's the thing to be said, right? And, you talk about DPS quality. There's also a whole 4 of them. So, Silk Thread, if we're talking about DPS head-to-heads, not that that's a hugely easy thing to talk about in this particular matchup, but, he's great. He's an excellent player. I think he's the single highest-ranked player in this tournament, if I'm not mistaken. And
he's also the most experienced player and the most
exactly.
veteran player just overall professionally.
But
he might be the best player in the
4
whole
DPSs.
Well, that's the thing, right? You are up against a team that is gonna be up to match, and it requires a lot of support on your own team to put Silk Thread in a position to succeed. And even then, it's one guy. And in a team game like this, in a team sport like this, you need a lot more factors than just one person to get you across the line here. So, Gachon University have a lot of fallbacks. UC Berkeley kind of just have the one and done.
That's the unfortunate truth of the whole thing. And when you're down at this point, the 0-2, with not a whole lot of extra options on the plate for you, something just eventually has to give. Either you absolutely step it up, you finally tip the scales, and even then, if they do tip the scales, there's a long reverse sweep ahead of them. They would then have to go over onto Assault and then onto the second control map and make better on what they were able to accomplish on Busan the first time around. Or you just get spun out in 3-0. It's a very uncomfortable position for any team to be in.
Town again. So Kings Row might have been a bit of a different look for our grand finals compared to the semis. We did not play Numbani, but Junkertown Busan has been the consistent maps that we've gone towards. Still no idea what a 4 and 5 look like, and yeah, the way this is going, maybe we won't find out ever. We who knows? Could have been anything. Yeah. But Junkertown,
total mystery.
Junkertown, what are we thinking here? It should be again sniper dominated. And I'm going to go ahead and say that Gachon snipers are head and shoulders above Dunkirk snipers. And Dunkirk University were not able to put on the sniper pressure to shut down UC Berkeley. I'm going to say that Gachon should have that sniper pressure to do so, because their Hanzo, when Lazy went to Hanzo, it was ridiculous. And on top of that, they have Widowmakers as well. So Gachon University, off the back of, I think, Lazy being the MVP so far of the grand finals, has been more than good enough to take down UC Berkeley so far.
A reasonable assessment. Very sensible one. And now, last chance, I suppose. Last hope. I kind of said last hope for NA, but let's be completely frank, it's also just the last hope for the team themselves. Like, they've worked very hard to get to this point, to make it to this position. It could just fall out from under them.
So, Mongayot over towards the Widowmaker to start things out with. You got the Ash here as well. The only thing that they were missing is that Lazy is going to start on the far end. To be honest with you, this is a gamble from Gachon University to say that we do not believe that Silk Thread will come out on a hit scan. He's going to be on the Tracer instead, and that allows Lazy to get away with the spot.
It's already just a little extra, to be honest, on the attack UC Berkeley. If they can deal with that Pharaoh, though, they could put them in the business here, but already the headshot onto Koa and the headshot onto the D-Mech to Pisa as well. Not a hot start for UC Berkeley. The card already stopped up at the bridge.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because we talk about dealing with the fire. That's only one part of the equation. How do you deal with Munge on the Widowmaker, who just got successfully 2 headshots back-to-back? And potentially more to come through. I mean, Peter, who really wants to be the person both controlling the sniper and the fire, is already demeched.
Yeah, this is increasingly brutal, I have to say. They lose Spidey, they lose Peter again, they lose Silk Thread. I mean, I don't think they've got a single kill. They've barely even challenged for a single kill at this point. Already about a minute and a half elapsed.
Another situation where I think maybe they need a Zenyatta here who, okay, yeah, we'll make the argument that Zenyatta probably gets fragged by a Yusin on the other side, maybe even gets sniped by Munge, but what you are going to do is enable Silk Through, and at least the Discord is going to put the pressure onto Lazy and please control S, which you need to take down here. You see Berkeley just coming online with a couple of ultimates, and now onto Silk Thread, and he actually land on somebody.
That's the thing, it's not exactly a target-rich environment. They do get their first kill coming through, but not enough. Already traded back. They find Lazy still. The trades coming in, though. And the last little bit there is the more critical one, because there we go. As I was about to say, the res can just come straight on through, and Gachon keep a very comfortable man advantage with no real tank pressure from UC Berkeley anymore. Realm is technically still alive. He's not going to be able to do enough against the slew of DPSs. It's just more loss, more stoppage.
And normally, 2-2-2 is we're close to that for UC Berkeley. They are playing Bull and also Diva at the same time. What you would have is you probably have Silk Through on the Tracer Realm on towards this Wrecking Ball to actually get behind the lines, and it's a rare. Okay, to be honest, it's a well-deserved emote when you get a full pulse bomb stick on your opposing Tracer and that Tracer Silk Thread. But you need to see Silk Thread around, get to the backline like they were doing versus Dunkirk, and not just get to the backline in terms of diving on the snipers and spots, but get to the backline in terms of actually holding position there to threaten angles from the back.
The situation looking increasingly poor, dare I say it, for UC Berkeley. Even with these kills coming through. I mean, yeah, I should have said increasingly poor. It's starting to turn around. Prior to that, it was looking increasingly poor, but sleep on Lazy. That's pretty big. If he can get away, though, he could just still keep this one alive. And yeah, out of range of Silk Thread, more or less. Hard to keep a lid on him. Haven't quite got the cap as well. There's one last chance to challenge, and they've still got Munge in the mix. Lazy did not die. UC Berkeley, again, too hesitant to commit these ultimates. They've held on to the sound barrier. They haven't committed them, and now Silk Thread's dead. They've traded off with Munge, but it's too much lossage for UC Berkeley as Gachon have started to respawn. There's a rocket barrage available now, and Gachon are back on the card itself anyway.
Now, UC Berkeley have to snowball there, and they would have to commit ults in order to snowball. 20's moved over towards their own Widowmaker now, so it's the first time we're actually seeing 2-2-2 out of UC Berkeley. They're actually running 2 DPS, which is quite interesting. Last 13 seconds, the Widowmaker will be swiftly dealt with by Munge, so that's 1 target down. UC Berkeley have 3 ults, they need to commit everything.
Yep, this is a terrible situation to have to find themselves in, unfortunately, and the Bob committed does trade off Spidey already. That's another kill onto Realm. It's already looking far too lean. Too many ultimates available on Gachon. Too much pressure on the card itself. Nothing that UC Berkeley can really challenge. There's just, it's like endless waves of bullets that, you know, you can't stand up against all of them. There's no human wave doctrine that you can fall back on here. It's a war of attrition, but it's a brutally quick attrition, not a slow slog. As UC Berkeley try and just throw the last few bodies at the Gachon. Still no casualties. Oh, I should have said no casualties. Silk Thread finally gets 1 with the pulse bomb, and that is no completed cap for UC Berkeley. Match points on the line.
Yeah, I think the most ideal way again to play that for UC Berkeley is to have 2 behind enemy lines, 4 pushing in front, and then eventually have this kind of 2-prong attack where even if you are not necessarily killing the Widowmaker, forcing Munge to turn around and address you is enough to give your team the ability to start walking forward. I think the Widowmaker was really oppressive. Yeah, Lazy on the fire is a problem, but as we sort of said before we even got to Junkertown, what I thought was going to be the more pressing issue, because I even thought it was going to be double snipe with Lazy on the Hanzo. They didn't have that, but they didn't need it either, because Munge alone on the Widowmaker caused absolute havoc on UC Berkeley to the point where they couldn't really walk up. And if they're playing a full 6-man front to back kind of style where they're literally just trying to, you know, work their way from the front to the back line versus Gachon University, I don't think it's going to be enough, because Munge's free shooting and a Widowmaker's free shooting with open sight lines and a big map like Junkertown A, it's going to be too hard to deal with, especially when he's hitting shots.
Now on the defense. Okay, committing to a talk.
I like
Might as
that.
well. Yeah,
But
I think
they
this
don't
is
have the
sensible.
casting. But they need. If you're going to commit to the Tor, I think you got to commit to the full anti-dive. The problem now I have with the Tor is, okay, the Tor will put some pressure to killing versus the Tracer player of Yusin, but what about Lazy? Your turrets get instantly broken by the fire, and you still don't have anyone that really shuts down Lazy.
As you see it already, the turret drops. Silk Thread just gets picked off by Mungay. It's already a great cold open from Gachon, straight out the gate. Immediately, it's not even headshots, it's just body shots. The extra pressure, followed by a quick body shot, is enough to secure the kills. This will get the cart past the bridge easily. So much forward pressure out of Gachon.
As Mitch Uber Leslie once said, hitting more body shots than a swimsuit magazine. Gave him the credit for that one. UC Berkeley attempting to get something done with the round. Finally, they'll get a headshot themselves.
They've traded with Spidey anyway, though, and there's still a res available here, potentially. Onto the Ash, as another kill comes through. Yusin finds his counterpart Silk Thread. There's that res. Realm now dead, as Lazy's able to get aggressive. Feels like it's all over but the crying, and, well, I certainly will be crying. As the kills continue to mount here for Gachon. It's one after the other. An ultimate picks up one, an ability picks up one, a headshot for another. And it's been that way all throughout their semi, all throughout their finals, dispatching handily of both NYU and UC Berkeley. I mean, props to the contenders coming through there from the States, but it is just nothing against the Korean guns. And Gachon University looking to handily punch that finals win.
Yeah, no more players left here to defend for UC Berkeley. Gachon University will clean things up swiftly in a 3-0. No maps dropped at all in this semi-final or grand final, this entire land portion of our tournament today. And Gachon University head and shoulders above the rest of the competition in the 2021 Overwatch US Korea Virtual College Esports Tournament.
Really impressive. There's no two ways about it. It is impressive to have, you know, the 3-0 shutouts right the way to the end there. It does really speak to some of the skill there. And I got to say, if you're looking to recruit a DPS, well, there's about 6 of them here that you can maybe start eyeing up across this team that's just managed to pick up their inaugural win.
Korea has no shortage of talent, and that's just been true for pretty much the entirety of professional Overwatch history.
The dawn of time itself.
I mean, Korea just really has no shortage of esports talent all around for pretty much any game. And the maker of esports will be taking away the dub, and, you know, maybe in future we look towards a 2022 collegiate tournament and international. Maybe one day we'll bring this into LAN, fully put this onto the LAN stage. And look, I'll be honest, it's not all done and dusted for NA. Look, there are some great university and collegiate teams out there. Redbird has to be the prime one, and you know, if for anyone that follows contenders, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know, Redbird is the predominant tier 2 collegiate team that is so damn good that a lot of their roster has gone over towards Overwatch League. I'm sure they would have been phenomenal here. Obviously, they're probably busy.
Just
what we did get out of this is some new talent that I think we're happy to see, and honestly some fantastic plays out of the individuals on Gachon that Ash predicted would really shine bright in this series.
And you know, you can give nothing but absolute credit for it. In shall we say a bizarre meta, a bit of a strange meta in a world without that role lock. The one thing you actually do get is you get a lot more of people just playing the picks that are most comfortable for them. You know, there's a little bit of a meta that kind of settles. It seems to be predominantly DPS oriented, but in among that, you've got individual players who can just lean on whatever DPS they are best at. You see some very useful, very special play coming out of some of those individuals as well. I mean, even on the other side of it, like Silk Thread almost entirely played Tracer, because the decision you make is, I could maybe play what is technically more of a counter pick, but my actual skill on this pick is enough to offset the difference here. And when you look at a team here like Gachon that basically just did that wholesale across all of their members, all 4 of the DPSs they had in at any given moment, it ends up being a really huge, really powerful combination.
Gachon almost have an embarrassment of riches on their team, considering the depth of the sub lineup as well. They didn't really get into it this time, but I guess they didn't need to.
Did not need to at all. And with that, there is only one thing left to do, and that is crown our winning team.
부산시와
We've
블리자드
seen
주한 미국
Gachon
대사관이
University
함께한
pick up the win
2021
now,
오버워치 한미
officially
디비전 시상
against UC Berkeley. And we now get to crown them properly, give them their prizes, and laud them as they have earned.
3, 4위전 같은 경우는 비방송으로
So we
진행이
invited
됐습니다.
teams
그래서
back on stage now
4위,
for the winner's
3위는
ceremony.
강북대가 선정이 됐고
Big roster.
4위는
I again think everyone actually had time on stage. Yeah, every single player. They had 8 players in total. And the semi-final, they made 2 substitutions so that everyone could get a map in each. And even in the grand finals, they had at least 1 substitution, so 7 players played. So here they come. Let's see if for Gachon University to have their award ceremony, maybe even get their prizes. I mean, we'll see.
Yeah. And obviously, as we kind of talked about right at the top of this has been a huge multinational effort, a lot of organizations coming together across both countries, the United States and the Republic of Korea, to make this happen, to make this possible, which is very exciting. The 4th place being handed over, of course, to New York University. obviously, unfortunately, not able to collect the prize in person because of the restrictions on international travel. Do you believe the intention is to have this all in person next year and in subsequent years? The full feature event with all teams live in studio. So really great to see this collegiate scene, the international portion of it, building up with the support of all of these significant national organizations.
So the NYU in 4th place. I suppose that means Dunkirk is in 3rd.
Seems to be the way.
We'll find out in a second. I don't know if that's a 4th equal or maybe perhaps they played their 3rd, 4th game off stream, which I have to assume is what happened. Or that, or just based on some sort of tiebreak. But there it is. 3rd place will go to Dunkirk University. As we saw earlier in the stream, we got the outline of all the different prizes. Obviously sponsored and supported by Rocket, who supplied that. And now finally our top two, our two grand finalists. You had UC Berkeley versus Gachon University, of which UC Berkeley will now be presented with their 2nd place prize before we head to the grand final winners of Gachon.
And they well-earned second place as well. Exciting that we did actually get that proper international finals. We got, the NA versus Korea finals. There was every possibility that we weren't going to get that, and the Getty NA fans should be very pleased that they were able to make it through. And obviously, as the years continue, as this competition continues internationally, you love to see that heat up over time into a significant rivalry. 2nd place prize there, you can see supported by Rockat, brought to you there. The keyboard, the mouse for the team of UC Berkeley.
콤프로 마우스 6개 세트 저희가 좀 드리고 있습니다. UC 버클리 축하합니다. 2위 축하합니다.
Alright, now finally our grand finals champions and winners of the 2021 Overwatch US Korea Virtual College Esports Tournament. Flawlessly, as well as a reminder. This will also be a cash prize on top of the Rocket Gears. Will also invite all the players on the stage, all 8 of them, who, as a reminder, all got a chance to actually play and show what they could do.
자, 이제 이 최고의 팀 가천대에게 시상을 해주실 분은 먼저 소개를 해드리도록 하겠습니다. 주한 미국 영사관 데이비드 영사님께서 직접 수상을 해주시겠습니다.
And here we are, ready to present the prize. Part of the prize is a fist bump. I know that wasn't listed, but it is officially there. And you mentioned the cash prize as well. They'll be presenting them, I'm sure, with a comically large check and a bouquet of flowers. Oh, lovely. What a nice touch. Do they need to split that up? And there you have it. 1st place prize with the representative from the US consulate in Busan being handed now to Gachon University. 2 million Korean won, for those of you curious, works out to just under $1,700 roughly, and that will be split between the organization, the members of the team. And congratulations to them, to be absolutely sure, like you said, winning in an absolutely dominant fashion in the end, 3-0 through their semifinal, 3-0 through their grand final. Certainly no team more deserving of this.
And for what it's worth as well, good to see a co-ed team performing well. And also in sort of a strange circumstance where it was not quite the standard 2-2-2 meta. There is a winner's interview here. Unfortunately, we won't be translating over, but we'll...
I don't have the earworm that lets me understand Korean.
We'll let you catch up with the Duolingo in the meantime, but we'll sort of enjoy the moment here between the players, gathering their thoughts and celebrating the moment.
6년 동안 이제 오버워치를 하면서 가장 설레는 순간이 아닌가 생각이 드네요. 네.
카메라 보면서 해주시면 돼요. 저기 빨간불 들어와 있는 데 있잖아요. 예, 저기 봐주시면서 소감 말씀해 주시면 됩니다.
많이 떨렸지만 팀원들이 격려를 잘 해줘서 잘 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
저장자 맞죠? 저장자.
네,
예, 저장자. 진짜 박수 한번 주세요. 저장자. 야, 원일로 이렇게 할 수가 없거든요. 그리고 마쿠몬. 그냥 하시면 됩니다.
팀에서 티어가 이제 제일 낮았는데 그래서 멘탈이 자주 터졌었는데 팀원들이 멘탈 케어 잘해줘가지고 여기까지 올 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
네, 축하드리고요. 마이크 받아주시고 선 길어요. 쭉쭉 당기셔도 됩니다. 마이크. 예.
사실 아직도 실감이 잘 나지 않긴 하지만 그래도 우리 좋은 팀원들과 함께 무실세트 우승 만들 수 있어서 참 좋았던 것 같습니다.
축하합니다.
일단 영건이 형이 주체로 된 팀원들이 너무 다 각자의 의견을 잘 얘기하고 합의점을 잘 찾아서 이렇게까지 온 것 같은데 앞으로도 쭉 이 팀원 그대로 우승을 또 계속 했으면 좋겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
축하드립니다.
네, 우선 저 이번 대회 참가 허락해주신 저희 극단 쉼터 여러분 정말 감사합니다. 그리고 부산까지 와서 좋은 경험하고 가는 것 같은데요. 팀에서 제가 나이가 제일 많았는데 네, 그럼에도 불구하고 다들 너무 편하게 잘 대해주셔서 이번 대회 우승할 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 너무 고맙습니다.
마지막으로 멍게
네.
한마디 해주셔야죠.
지금까지 계속 프로 지향 해보고 아마추어 대회 다 나가봤지만 대회 우승은 지금이 처음이라 진짜 너무 뿌듯하고 감격스럽네요. 네, 다들 너무 잘해주셔서 감사합니다.
혹시 여기서 팀장님이 어떤 분이시죠? 나 멍게 선수군요. 총장님한테 한마디 해주세요. 이길 총장님한테 이길 딱 빌어서 한마디 딱 해주세요.
이번에는 휴학생도 장학금 부탁드립니다. 총장님 사랑합니다.
축하합니다. 휴학생도 장학금 좀 부탁드리겠습니다. 예, 총장님. 예. 자, 이렇게 해서 2021 한미대학교 오버워치 e스포츠 교류전이 모두 끝이 났습니다. 가천대학교가 UC 버클리 상대로 3대0 승리를 거두게 되면서 우승을 차지하게 됐습니다. 저는 여기서 인사를 드리고 정말 뜻깊은 대회를 또 부산시와 그리고 주한 미국 대사관과 함께할 수 있어서 너무 영광이었고 마지막에는
award presentation for Gachon University. Again, well done to the 8 players on stage here. And their flawless run through the entire tournament. Just great things all around. Thank you again to Roccat and all the sponsors. Obviously, Busan Metropolitan City, Busan Esports Arena here, Busan IT Industry Promotion Agency, and all of the government agencies as well. The US Embassy of Seoul and Education USA. Roccat, big one there.
An absolutely massive international effort, as we said the whole way through, to make this possible, to present these opportunities for these players so that they can live the esports dream, as it were, while also furthering their education. A great thing to see that we are moving past those days of the one or the other, of do I take the education or do I take the fortune and fame? We are edging ever so slightly to the world where these players can have it all. But that does leave us all wrapped up, all done and dusted. As you said, thank you so much to all of the agencies that came together to make this happen. Thank you very much for tuning in and joining us for this as well. It's been a blast to see some of these up-and-comers and may yet see some of these names over the years moving into contenders and potentially even Overwatch League beyond, depending on what their trajectories look like as players. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time.
you